Mystery murder in the Wild West? So genius. How come no one has made something like that? I don't know! But we need it. Anyone know any like indie developers that are good at making like point and clicks? Bit like LA Noire, but set in the late 1800s. Yeah. Well, that would be cool if that developer wants to make that. I would be so into it. But I just want to say again how amazing the Outlaws soundtrack is. So I'm glad Yogso and whoever else, somebody else said it too. I'm glad you guys remembered it because I almost forgot how much I love that one. What are we doing? It's funny how I never remember from a day ago. Bang, there we go. They're a combination of third person and stealth. Is there like a good Western story, Wild West story in them, Yogso? Is there cheese? Cause Gunslinger had like no cheese. That was like the reason why it was like not. It was fun, but it wasn't very cheesy. Thank you, Mr. Smart, for the gunshot. Got him while he was running away, you know? Like Asseldamy abandoned him, kicked him out, he's running away, and then you shot him down the hallway. Right, we did this just to that stupid pig puzzle. I didn't like that one. That was icky. The statements of Constable Smith and Schwartz try to find out more about International Working Men's Educational Club underneath which murder took place, perhaps at the Wasp's Nest. Let's go to Dutefield's yard or wherever, but quickly, I'm in urgent need of fresh air. Okay. But do we also need to go to the Wasp's Nest? Should we go there first?
Don't forget the Bluto may still be hiding here. I will try to find out more inside. You, Watson, must intercept the policeman on his rounds. Given the hour and a bit of luck, it will be Smith. Try to get some information from him.
Understood, Holmes.
Hello.
I know you. You're Squibby's guardian angel. You weren't dressed the same last time, but I don't forget a face. No hard feelings, huh? Join me in a glass?
No. You know about Jack the Ripper, maybe.
Your Jack the Ripper is on everyone's lips and written in all of the papers. You must be awfully proud of yourself. You have skill, that's for certain. It's a shame you use it to mask rather than discover the truth.
You better believe that I'm going to find out who it is. I got a hold of old Schwartz's interpreter. You know, the Hungarian who saw Liz Stride get it. Doesn't speak a word of English. And when he went round to the station, another Jew went along to interpret. I found that bloke, and he repeated everything that had been said at the station. It won't be long before I find these fellows.
Why do you say these fellows? Were there several of them?
Do you not read the papers, or what? Well, given the rubbish that you read sometimes. Let me explain. At 12:45 a.m., Schwartz goes down Burner Street towards Fairclough, on the side of the road where the Workers' Club is. A bit further from there, just near Dutfield Yard's wooden doors, a chap and a lady are arguing. The Star said that the bloke wanted to push the girl into Dutfield's yard, but the translator told me that Schwartz saw him pulling her towards the road. She doesn't want to follow. He grabs her by the shoulders and throws her to the ground. She falls a bit, but not too loudly. Old Schwartz is scared, crosses to the other side, but continues in the same direction. The bloke with the girl notices him and yells, "Lipsky!" At the same time, another bloke at the corner of Fairclough and Burner who was lighting his pipe gets in on the action. He starts coming towards Schwartz in a menacing way, and Schwartz takes to his heels, doesn't see anything else. Once he finds out that a woman got herself killed, he went to testify, and identified Long Liz Stride as the woman he saw getting thrown about. So there were definitely two blokes, mate. But why am I telling you all this?
In vino veritas. I'll take my leave then, Mr. Bulling.
That's right. Till next time.
Okay, so maybe we're going to need to use that as when we do like a timeline thing for this other lady's death
If you're looking for some company, Gov, you've come to the wrong place.
A draft, my good man.
Hi, Catterley. How's it going? Welcome.
Here, sir.
Tell me, was it not a mere stone's throw away from here that the Whitechapel killer struck last week?
That'd be Jack the Ripper, that's his name. Slit the throat of a working girl in a small courtyard over there behind them big wooden doors.
Below the Workers' Club?
The very spot, below Lipsky and Co. I wouldn't be surprised if Jack was one of them, if you catch my drift.
Lipsky and Company. Do you mean to say that someone called Lipsky runs this club?
Nah, it's just that it's full of Jews. In Whitechapel, we call them all Lipskys, like that Lipsky who killed that girl in Batty Street last year.
Oh, really?
Last year, a Jew named Israel Lipsky killed a lass who was 6 months pregnant by making her drink acid.
Oh, my God.
One trial and one protest by rabbis later, and he was hanging. By those who don't much like him, the Jews are called Lipskys.
Is the term Lipskys used to refer to the Jews in the area, and is this club frequented by Jews?
You got it. Socialist Jews, even. They spend their evenings hollering, singing. I've seen them spitting on the bosses.
And you know the victim?
No more her than any other. The working girls don't drum up business too much in this street. They need a reason to end up here.
Very well. Goodbye.
Cheers.
What a sad story. Everything
First and foremost, I must find PC Smith.
PC Smith. Yes, PC Smith. Yes, yes. Every like horrible story that has to do with a child or a pregnant lady now is like so awful to me because I just went through that, like, or being pregnant, and now like everything with a child in it is so sad because I have a child. It's like not that it wasn't sad before, but once you once that happens for you, your just like mindset completely changes, and you develop this like gigantic buff to empathy towards kids and pregnant people. It sucks because every time there's like a kid in a show or a movie that's sad or anything, I'm just like, no, someone save him or her. Anyway, Watson wants to go to somewhere. It does cause anxiety. Yeah, no kidding. Sure does. Does he want to go like somewhere nearby? It's the Gentleman's Club. Wasn't the Gentleman's Club like... It was like right here. This is where...
Burner Street.
This is where he was talking about. No, maybe not. Yeah, Dutfield. Oh, one here?
Look, the Club for Socialist Jews, the Cradle of Liberty. Another political club of little interest.
The Last of Us was really hard for me to watch when Tony and I watched it recently. Obviously, I've played the game twice, but like, yeah, I knew it was going to be really tough for me to watch, and it was not good. I was like, oh my god. It helped a little bit that like the daughter was a little bit older, or she seemed older in the show versus the game, but still, yeah. Sorry, Watson, I wasn't paying attention. What did you say? What? Oh, I guess I can just click on it again.
Look, the Club for Socialist Jews, the Cradle of Liberty. Another political club of little interest.
You, huh?
Good evening, Constable.
Good evening, sir.
I am Dr. Watson. Would you happen to be PC Smith, the man who patrols this beat?
That's me. And you work with the famous Sherlock Holmes, don't you? What can I do for you?
I believe you were on duty the night when the murder took place here. You would certainly be able to confirm a few details, such as the time of death that the medical examiner gave.
It's just that I wasn't there when the body was discovered. I don't think I can help you.
All right.
But I was told that you had seen the victim that very night.
Indeed. But it was before the murder. I saw her, not far from here. She was talking to a man. It was around 12:30 or 12:35 a.m.
More times.
What did this man look like?
I only saw him from behind, really. He was wearing a short black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap in a dark colour, and a white collar. He seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying a packet in his hand wrapped in newspaper, about 18 inches long and about 6 inches wide.
His outfit reminds me of someone that I know. Was he a large man, on the older side?
I don't think so, no. Even though I only saw him from behind, I would say that he was barely 30 years old, or even less. Say 28, or even less. 26 years old, and 5 foot 8 inches tall at the very most. He had a small dark brown moustache and an olive complexion, I would say, but once again, I only caught a brief glimpse of his face in 3/4 profile.
Okay, well, you seem to be pretty observant anyway.
Nobody else saw this man?
I discussed this previously with Mr. Eagle, the president of the Workers' Club. That night he returned around 12:40 a.m. to the club. He used the passage through Dutfield's yard to get into the club because the main door was locked. He can attest that he didn't see anyone else in the passage at that time, but wasn't really paying attention to who else might have been in Burner Street itself. He was listening to the song coming from the club. In short, no one else saw him.
Well, thank you for having satisfied my curiosity, my friend.
A fine evening to you, Doctor.
That man's good at his job. Dudfield's Yard, night of October 7th and 8th, 1888.
Well, Watson, let's go to Dutfield's Yard.
Let us. Can we just get in?
Dutfield's Yard.
Uh-huh. Now we can go in. All right. Ooh.
Your interrogation of P.C. Smith has proven to be very shrewd and of great interest. Thanks to the information I've managed to gather and that you were able to read in my notes in Baker Street, Watson, we can recreate what happened that fateful
God,
night
that was
at
so
this
many
location.
so many notes.
Dutfield's Yard, to be precise, the site of Liz Stride's murder.
Oh no. I should have read that today. Oh god. Oh, that was so much information in those stupid notes. Okay. Well, welcome VG man. Know you're from YouTube. Nice to get to stream. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for coming. Okay. 1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz wants to enter his cart pulled by a pony.
"1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz wants to enter with his cart, but the pony refuses. We know that the murder took place between 12:45 and 1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz, therefore, must have disturbed the killer."
The pony knows. Okay, 12:45. Israel Schwartz flees, followed for a few feet by this man. Okay. Well, let's start over here, actually. Midnight. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Midnight, the Socialist Club meeting ends. The members, mainly Jewish men, gradually begin to leave the club in little groups or alone.
Okay. 12:20, American goes out for some air and no one is on the streets.
12:20 a.m. The American leaves the Socialists Club for some fresh air. The street is deserted.
12:30 to 12:35, PC Smith sees Liz speaking to the man with the packet.
12:30 to 12:35 a.m. Smith notices Liz Stride talking to the man with the package.
12:40, Mr. Eagle, the president of the Workers' Club, enters the club by a passage in Dudfield's Yard.
12:40 a.m. Eagle, the president of the club, enters the Workers' Club via the passageway through Dutfield's Yard. He passed through Dutfield's Yard. If Liz Stride had already been killed, he would have had to walk over her. The murder, therefore, had not yet happened.
That's right. So we know it hasn't happened here. 12:43, Israel Schwartz passes by Dutfield and witnesses the attack.
Well, that's not gonna work.
It's not?
12:43 a.m. Israel Schwartz passes by Dutfield's yard and witnesses the attack on Liz Stride.
Dan's here. Hi, Dan. Thank you so much for the 61 months. We should definitely interrogate the pony. The pony. We should. I think the pony's going to be the answer. How's it going, Dan? 12:44. Israel Schwartz changes sidewalks. The attacker sees him and cries, Lipsky!
12:44 a.m. Schwartz crosses to the other side of the road. The attacker sees him and yells, Lipsky. The attacker must have shouted to his accomplice at the end of the road, Lipsky, indicating at Schwartz using his head in an attempt to scare off this undesirable.
I don't really understand that. I don't know. I'm not really sure why. Israel Schwartz flees, followed for a few feet by this man.
12:45 a.m. Schwartz runs away, followed for a short distance by this man. Let's place Liz Stride's murder on the timeline, Watson.
So it would have to be like somewhere in here, right? No, it has to be somewhere in here. No? Or maybe it's an exact. Well, if he's running away, then it's got to be like. Oh wait, no, the pony already. Okay, wait, no, that fits. It has to be like right around here. But where does it? Okay, before that. Why is it such a wide gap? It can't be like. Can I make the gap smaller?
(12:45 to 1 a.m.)
Okay.
The murder of Liz Stride. It took place in this very spot, as the traces of blood were very confined. We will come back to this point in a few moments to elaborate on what could have happened. Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're missing information for sure. Yeah, okay. I thought it needed to be before those guys running away, because, like... But I guess she was attacked and also murdered after by someone else.
Watson, imagine the victim laid down there on the ground.
Hold on, I got an itch. Finally getting warmer weather out here. Nice. I hope we get warmer weather soon too. I'm getting sick of this. Sick of this. All right.
Her right hand. It is bloody, as is her wrist.
Another cartoon chalk drawing lady. Murder of Liz Stride. Bloody right hand. Okay, but I'm not done, game. Clearly I'm not done. So I don't know why you did that.
The throat. There is but one clean cut, slightly slanted downwards.
Very similar to the others.
The throat. There is but...
Blood.
Her left hand. It is closed around a bag of pastils.
Does that mean pills? They look like
Her left
pills.
hand. It is... The ground is muddy.
Also similar.
The ground is muddy.
Similar to that first
Her
lady.
knees and dress. They are clean.
Okay. Deductions. Okay. The knees and the bottom of the dress, the front are clean. The ground is dirty. Therefore, the victim didn't struggle on the ground, probably. The victim wiped her clothes. The victim was killed upright. The victim was killed lying down. If she was killed upright, there probably would be gloves. There probably would be blood on her dress. Right? Stride had her back to the killer. Or that. Stride and her murderer were lying down at the moment of her mortal blow. Stride and her murderer were standing. I think they were probably lying down. The wound on the neck is clean, starting from the right and slightly oblique and descending. The blow was given to the middle of the neck, or with the right hand or with the left hand. Well, would that be from the right hand then? If you're holding it like this, it would be, you'd go to the left first. So like, I guess it depends on how you're holding the knife. Not sure on that one. There's only one wound and it proved to be mortal. The victim had her neck wrung. There is but one superficial wound. There's just one wound. Murderer struck the blow from below, from above. This is interesting. I'm not sure. I guess it wants me to figure that out from this description. What do I do with this? Oh, this goes down here. Derp. I didn't even see that. Not sure. Murderer is strong. Murderer is a lumberjack. He dropped his work card. That's how I know. We already know he's strong. That was like one of the other things that we learned from the previous one. He's strong. The murderer is strong. The murderer is a strong man. The murderer is a weak man. I don't know. Unless this is a different murderer, but it doesn't look like it. Blow was given to the middle of the neck. The blow was given with the right hand. Let's just go with my gut, I guess. The murderer is right-handed. Ah, okay. My gut was right. My gut was right-handed. The murderer struck from below, from his height. This killer is taller than the victim. But oblique is like that, right? So it'd be, or no, descending. So it'd be like the other way. Which is what that's what they all looked like anyway. All the like slits. Shorter. I don't know how I could tell if he's shorter. It's probably taller, no? From above? I don't know. I don't know on that one. Killer's a lumberjack and he's alright. Works all day and sleeps all night. He's a lumberjack and he's okay. Strong man. We know that already. A bloody right hand and wrist. The carotid was not slit. Oh yeah, there was a wound on the... No, there's no wound on the hand. It's just bloody. Bleeding from her nose. Victim had her hand cut. Victim put her hand on her throat. Oh, probably. Yeah. Maybe. The knife used was thin. The murder weapon used was a mezzaluna. What the flip is that? How am I supposed to know what that is? The knife was thick. Yeah, maybe if it was like oblique and descending, it might be. Yeah, it might be a thick knife, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what a mezzaluna is, and I don't know how we would know that. Is that thin? Apparently it was thin. Okay. Mezzaluna is a half moon symbol in Italian. Oh. It's like one of those weird curvy blades from Warcraft that the Night Elves use. Interesting. Okay. Gotta figure out this. Bow from below. What do you guys think about the direction of the like? How would we know if it was struck from above or below? Not really sure on that one. Struck the blow from above. He's probably taller than her. I mean, like, odds are he's taller than her, right? But I don't know. Also, this could be wrong. Let's see. The knees and bottom of the dress and the front are clean. The ground is dirty. The victim didn't struggle on the ground. The victim was careful. The victim struggled. I don't know what this means. She was careful. Like while she was dying, she made sure not to get her dress dirty. It seems pretty silly. The victim was killed lying down. The victim wiped her clothes. The victim was killed upright. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking backwards on this. I guess it could be that she was killed upright, but I think it's more likely that she was killed lying down. I don't know. Especially because the blood is like, well, it could have ran out after she was laying. I don't know. I think she was killed lying down. But what's been happening in the past, or on the past victims, is he strangles them first and then he kills them, and then he slits their throat or whatever. So I don't know. She had her back to her killer, maybe, but that's not consistent with the other murders. Right in her murder, we're laying down at the moment of the mortal blow, standing. She didn't have, did she have her neck wrung? I actually could find that information if I read this. It's like a lot of stuff. Yeah, exactly, Yaxo. So like, I think we should find out in here if she was strangled first. Cause of death, hemorrhage due to throat injury. Weapon was a small knife. Okay, with a large blunt end. Neither the body or the clothes were damaged. The right hand was open, stained with blood, and resting on the chest. The left hand was on the ground, partially closed, holding a packet of pastilles. The location in the discovery was a courtyard called Ditfield's Yard. Victim was found stretched out on the ground a few inches from a wall of one of the buildings of the courtyard. The association, composed mainly of Jews originating in Russia and Poland, were organized at the conference. It doesn't say anything about whether she was strangled or not. It doesn't say anything about her having like bruises on her neck like the other victims. So maybe she wasn't strangled like the other victims? That could be the inconsistency that Holmes is looking for, maybe. Let's see, am I...
The ground is muddy.
Maybe I'm missing something here, too.
Her knees and dress.
I don't think so.
Her knees and dress.
You know, actually, now that I think about it, if she held her throat with her hand, that would be consistent with her getting her throat slit while she's standing up, too. And not being strangled first. So, yeah, actually. You know what? Maybe he was behind her too. Maybe it's all different. Victim was killed upright. Victim had her back to the killer, maybe. Or either this or that. Okay. I don't know about this though. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to find out if he's taller than her or not. He's either behind her or... Okay, so if he's right-handed, he would have to like put his arm around her like this and then slit her throat from the left side to the right side. So that doesn't work with starting from right and descending. If he was in front of her, it would be the opposite. So I think he's probably standing face to face with her. Still don't know how to tell. Still don't know how to tell how tall he is, though. I have no idea. There is only one wound. The blow was given with the right hand. Struck from below. Struck from above. Struck from his height.
We have two possibilities.
Okay, got it.
The first is that Liz Stride's killer and the attacker, seen by Schwartz, were one and the same man. The second is that Liz Stride meets a client. After some discussion, they head towards Dutfield's yard to do their business. As soon as they arrive, the attacker appears while his accomplice keeps watch. Schwartz's arrival dissuades the two men from lingering. They leave the area and leave Liz Stride in a tense state, but glad to have kept her client. He will be her murderer. Both hypotheses are possible, but an incongruous detail will serve to corroborate one of them. An incongruous detail that we were able to establish regarding the Hanbury Street murder. Which one would that be, Watson? Look at the victim carefully, Watson, and tell me the link between the murder of Liz Stride and those of Nichols and Chapman.
Honestly, I think it was a different person. The link is the throat.
No, that...
No?
No.
Pills?
Bag of pastels, Holmes.
They did all have pills.
A bag of
That's true.
pastels. Indeed, Watson. If this woman had to defend herself against an attacker, why would she have held onto this bag in her hand? It didn't fall because this woman's hand tensed at the moment when she fell to the ground. Therefore, Watson, we know the killer distracted his victim's attention by making them take something out of their pockets. Why didn't he slit her throat like the others? He must have feared a struggle with this strong-willed woman. Why didn't he eviscerate her? Because Louis Diemschutz arrived.
Do you think the Whitechapel killer is behind this murder, Holmes?
Yes, and now this murder has been linked to its rightful perpetrator, it will take on deeper meaning when we have examined the facts from that night. Let's go to Mitre Square, where Catherine Eddowes was killed. And make haste, Watson, as we have another murder to commit in 40 minutes.
We do?
Here we are, Watson.
So he's
Mitre
pretty
Square.
sure it's
It
the
took us a mere
Whitechapel
20 minutes to
killer.
get here. If the killer left Dutfield's yard around 1 o'clock, as we assume, he would have arrived here at around 1:20 a.m. We know that Catherine Eddowes' body was discovered at 1:44 a.m. Catherine was released from prison around 1 o'clock, but we have no information as to what she could have been doing until her death. This place has 3 possible ways out. Let's see where they lead. As a precaution, I brought an old map of the area with me. It will help us get our bearings.
Let's hurry, Holmes. This neighborhood makes me ill at ease.
You said that about the last neighborhood, Watson. The synagogue, the Imperial Club, St. James Passage, Mitre Square, Mitre Street. Okay. So now we're doing the murder of Catherine Eddowes. Drill Sherlock Holmes. You know what I should do? Save. Looked into more last night. Pretty sure that all the Jack the Ripper slings were all just suicides. Yep. Okay. I got a lantern. I need to light it.
Take the lantern, Watson.
Yeah, Watson. You do that work while I just look around and be Sherlock. Is this a
This
way out?
dark and narrow passage leads to St. James's Place.
It does.
I have no reason to go that way.
Okay. Just running around spamming spacebar.
Church Passage. It must be opposite the Imperial Club at 16 to 17 Duke Street. Let's go to the end of this lane, Watson.
Okay.
Hello, you must be Abraham Solomonovich, am I right?
Yes, that's me. But I know you. You brought a lad to my place to take care of a cat, and I loaned you my mask.
That's me. May I present?
Dr. Watson, of course. Delighted. And you? I have known for a few days that you are a detective by the name of Sherlock Holmes. Is that so?
You don't miss a thing, do you? It was the children who gave me away, am I right?
They didn't want to, but I gained their confidence by offering them a small comb and half a cake.
They made a good deal out of it, so I don't blame them. However, I must request, as a personal favour, that you do not reveal my identity.
You have my word. Curiosity is just killing me, as you may have guessed. Would it be breaking an oath to confide in me the nature of the investigation that you are leading?
Does this spot where we are now in Mitre Square mean anything to you?
A demon lives in this city, Mr. Holmes. These unmentionable acts degrade the human race and put the Jewish community in terrible danger.
Lots of rumours are circulating, but they are but rumours. I see you're leaving the Imperial Club. It's a stone's throw away from Mitre Square, and the 2 recent murders were most probably discussed in there. Do you know if anyone from the club saw or heard anything that night?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. That night, 3 members of our club saw a woman talking to a man at the very spot where we are standing, a few minutes before the body was found at the end of this passage. Fantastic, Holmes.
Calm yourself, Watson. There is nothing at the moment to suggest it was the victim. Can we meet these members?
I am afraid that won't be possible. As soon as the police heard the evidence of these men, they were sworn to silence.
I understand.
But you are working for the good, and I must tell you what I know. One of the 3 men, my friend Joseph, left that night with 2 other members of the Imperial Club, Harry and another Joseph. It was around 1:35 a.m., perhaps a bit earlier. When Joseph, not my friend, but the other, the Aldgate butcher, exited, he saw a man and a woman in discussion at this very spot where we are.
These men must have been about 16 feet away from the couple.
That's about right. So Joseph, the butcher, said to the other 2, while pointing at the couple, "Look, I don't like going home alone when I see this kind of people here." My friend Joseph looked at them without noticing anything strange and didn't understand what he meant. They had the look of 2 rather unkempt people, but no more than that.
Okay.
After the murder, did these 3 men tell the police what they had seen?
Not quite. Harry stated that he hadn't seen the couple. As for Joseph, the butcher, even though he was the one who commented on them and pointed them out, said that he couldn't remember anything except that the man was about 3 inches taller than the woman, who was 5 feet tall, no more. My friend Joseph, on the other hand, did his best to cooperate with the police.
And what did your friend Joseph say? What did this man and woman look like?
The man must have been 30 years old, about 5'7", light complexion, and a fair moustache. He wore a loose, dark jacket, a grey cap, and a red scarf around his neck. But he said that he only saw him for a brief instant, and it would be impossible to recognize him.
And the woman?
Of course.
He only saw her from behind. She had her hand on the man's stomach and seemed to be pushing him. He said that he remembered that she was small, was wearing a black jacket and a black bonnet. After his testimony, the police took him to see the clothing of the deceased, and Joseph said that they looked identical to those of the woman he had seen. Like I already said, he only glanced at the two, as he was headed with the others in the direction of Aldgate.
One final question. The Imperial Club is a Jewish club, isn't that correct?
Indeed.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Solomonovich.
Bah, it was nothing. We must at all cost prevent this demon from striking again, and the police seem to have some difficulty in doing that. I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Holmes.
I don't know what it is, but like I had a really hard time concentrating on what he was saying because I think he was like talking really slow or something. I kept having to like remind myself to like actually listen to him. Anyone else? I mean, it's a really good voice acting, but I don't know.
This building is the Great Synagogue of London.
And the Great Synagogue closed. All right. Luckily, we've got it all in our dialogue section, so we don't even need to remember
The
it.
Imperial Club. I have no reason to go that way.
Well, we should click on everything anyways, Holmes. Don't you think? Oh, any news of the mustaches? Yeah, the mustaches actually came. They did come last night. So I'll have that set up for
Nothing
next
of
week.
interest here.
for you
Nothing of
guys.
interest here.
They're actually like, they look really realistic. So it's kind of like, it's going to be way more mustachy than I actually initially wanted. So, yeah. It'll be interesting, to say the least. Very cheesy, hopefully.
Watson, we are now in the exact spot where poor Eddowes tragically ended her days.
Oh god, that's gross.
This spot is very dark, Holmes.
That is probably why our murderer chose it.
Luckily, the chalk drawing is still here.
The main incision goes from the sternum all the way down to the groin. The murderer opened this abdomen as if it were an animal carcass. A kidney was removed. The uterus was removed.
This one, sure. I totally get why they can't show us this one. I get it. Her kidney was removed. That's weird. That's different.
The main incision goes from... A kidney was removed. The uterus was removed.
How come I don't get, like, like, it's not the same as the other ones?
The head is turned towards the left. The murderer must have been on the right side of his victim. Let's look at her from the front.
Oh, here she is. Oh. Oh, even that is gross. Ugh.
The nose was cut.
Why?
There is but one wound, Watson. It goes from the left side and descends in a slight oblique towards the right side. The eyelids were cut off.
That's nasty. Why? It's like more gruesome than the original ones.
The cheeks were slashed to make them thinner.
Look for clues. Okay. Which one of y'all did it? No, it was one of you guys. She didn't make it. Sadly, no. It's weird that, like, this is still here, though, because obviously this is an old crime scene, so it's just
A
kind of
thimble is
a little
located
weird.
right beside one of the victim's hands,
I think
just
he's-
like Chapman's sachet of pills and Stride's
Like,
pastils.
obviously her body would not be here at this point.
Do these objects spread out by the victim remind us of anything, Watson?
I don't know.
Part of this apron is missing. We will follow up on that shortly.
Okay, did I get everything? Oh,
These intestines were pulled out altogether to grant access to the abdomen.
okay. Oop, I thought I saw another one, but I think it was just the same. Okay. Did I get everything? Oh, there's one more there.
The inside of the thighs is clean. Once again, there were no sexual relations between the victim and her murderer.
My goodness, Holmes, it was a slaughter.
Understand, Watson, that our killer had neither the time nor the conditions to bother with the niceties. He had no more than 7 or 8 minutes at most to kill the woman, open her up, and all the while in total darkness.
Holmes, it's a woman, a poor victim you're talking about.
Consider all the time this man lost and the risks that he actually took by cutting the victim's face and the lower abdomen in around 20 precise spots, especially the lungs and the liver. These attacks, which I considered gratuitous, are in fact nothing of the sort and have as much sense as the removal of the organs. We must, first and foremost, locate the 3 exits leading to Mitre Square, Watson.
It's real weird. It doesn't seem, it seems inconsistent to me. I don't know, like, both of these do, compared to the first 2. St. James Passage.
This dark and narrow passage leads to St. James's Place.
Okay, I guess we're going this way now. Oodie-doodie-doo. Where's that map that you had there, Holmesy? Map. Okay. Did we go... We went here, and we must have went... So, Mitre Street is where we need to go next?
This is Mitre Street,
Yeah.
from where Watkins, the constable who found the body, came.
Mm-hmm.
Watson, we must now consult our timeline. We began in Dutfield's yard, but this time we will try to recreate the actions of certain people. In this case, those of the 2 policemen. Nothing of interest here.
Oh, bother.
Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
Timeline. Okay. 1:30 a.m. PC Watkins enters Mitre Square. Okay.
1:30 a.m. PC Watkins didn't see the corpse while on his rounds. If PC Watkins did his rounds properly, and there is no reason to doubt this was the case, as he discovered the corpse a quarter of an hour later, the murder hadn't yet taken place, and there was no one in Mitre Square, unless they were hidden among the shadows. Enter Mitre Square via Mitre Street, Watson, and stop and try to see me with the lantern. I will be where poor Edow's corpse was.
Do I need to... I mean, I can see you. I can see you, Holmes.
I see you, Holmes.
Perfect, Watson.
I saw you way
Let's
back
look
there.
at our timeline, Watson.
Okay. PC Watkins enters. The murder hasn't yet taken place at 1:30.
Very good, Watson. Thus we can categorically state that the murder had not yet occurred at 1:30.
Yeah. Okay. At 1:35, a man and a woman are in discussion at the entrance of Church Passage.
1:35 a.m. A man and a woman are arguing at the entrance of Church Passage. The man came from Aldgate.
And 1:42, PC Harvey arrives and he finds the body.
1:42 a.m. PC Harvey arrives in Mitre Square. It should be noted, Watson, that the constable didn't enter Mitre Square. He could not have seen the corpse lying on the ground. But would he have been able to see a man sitting or standing? Go to the Church Passage entrance, then come back and try to see me while holding your lantern. I will stay at the spot where the victim was discovered.
Okay, the church... Is this the Church Passage? Yes, okay. I still have it. I see you, Holmes.
I see you, Holmes.
You had to proceed into the square in order to see me, something Harvey didn't do. It is possible that the killer was still there. 1:42 a.m. PC Harvey arrives at Mitre Square, but does not go in. The murderer may well have still been there.
Sure, okay, I'll give you that one. I guess I was, it wants to wait till, like, the lantern effect actually hits Holmes, I think. 1:44 a.m., the body is discovered.
1:44 a.m. The body is discovered. Let's put the murder of poor Eddowes on the timeline, Watson.
Okay. Well, it's probably around here.
1:35 and 1:42 a.m. The murder would appear to have taken place between these times, that is to say, within 7 minutes.
Agreed, Holmes. But does this really prove that our killer had the time to perpetrate these two murders?
Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
Let's look at our time. Here, I'll move so you guys can see the timeline. Not that it really matters too much, but Sherlock and Watson took 20 minutes to go to Dutefield's yard from Mitre Square. Wait, what? Where do you want me to put this?
There, Watson.
Okay.
We are now certain that the murderer really had the time to commit these two murders.
Incredible.
Let's look at our deduction board, Watson.
Bravo, Holmes. Okay. Ooh, ee, ooh, ooh, ooh. Now I have to go back up, because otherwise I will cover everything. Oh no, now it's not lined up with the side. Uh-oh. Dang it. Oh, why won't it snap? There, I'll just make it bigger. Problem solved. Okay, items are meant... The items are meant for a woman. Timeline is found right beside the victim. Eddowes' liver and lungs underwent small incisions. Eddowes' kidney and uterus were removed. Eddowes' nose was cut. Her eyelids. It's so nasty. Yucky. Okay. The items are meant for women. The items belong to a victim. The murderer is a woman. The objects were before the murder. These objects were before the murder. What does that mean? They belong to the... What items is he talking about? Eddowes' murderer is a transvestite. Eddowes' murderer is a fetishist. The murderer searched her. Yeah, probably. The thimble is found... Oh. Now I'm covering that? Oh, God. Oops. Wee, wee, wee. Going for a ride. Okay, I'm just going to be facing the wrong way. I don't care. Whatever. It's talking about the items by her hand. Oh, I just thought they were like more pills. Yeah. A thimble is found right beside the victim's hand. Her murderer lost her thimble. She held the thimble in her hand. She struggled. She had it in her hand. Okay. Packer fan, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Your favorite Sherlock Holmes story is The Sign of Four. Oh, I'm sure if there's a movie or video adaptation of it, I'm sure I've seen all of them, but I don't really remember all the names. I haven't read any books though. I probably should. Liver and lungs underwent small incisions. Eddowes' kidney and uterus were removed. Her nose was cut. Her cheeks were slashed and her eyelids were cut. He hates kidneys. He knows anatomy. We know that already. Okay. Wound on the neck goes from the right to slightly oblique and descending. Oh, this is the same. Okay. Okay. Murderer was fierce and instantaneous. He wanted to decapitate her. I don't know. How are we supposed to... I don't know. He was not behind her, probably. That's inconsistent with the last ones, I guess. The murderer is a bit shorter. The wound is the same kind as Elstrad. Yes, it is. I don't know which one of this is yet. The central incision goes from the sternum downwards toward the groin. The murderer is ambidextrous. Murderer is right-handed. Murderer is left-handed. Right-handed. Oh, we got a green one in the middle? Weird. Eddowes died the same way as Liz. Stride. Yeah, there was no bruises again. From strangling. An accomplice of Liz Stride's murder killed Eddowes. Stride's murder did not kill Eddowes. Eddowes and Stride's murder may be one and the same. Yes, they are one and the same. The central incision goes from the sternum down towards the groin. That leads over here. The murderer cut open the stomach in a surgical manner, opened her abdomen like that of an animal. Yeah, he literally said that. A piece of C. Eddowes' white apron was cut. The items at the victim's feet are very orderly. The objects fell. He likes order. No?
This spot is making me nauseous.
Feeling it unorganized.
Can we not head back, Holmes?
We certainly can't, Watson. We have one final point to address. Do you remember the piece of white apron that was missing just now? It was found just a few steps away from here, at the entrance of a building. That's where we must go.
Can we talk about why the body is like still there? I mean, I know it's like Holmes's chalk drawing interpretation of the body, but like, I don't know. It's just all in his head, I guess, or else he came to the scene of the crime beforehand and drew a really magnificent drawing on the street to represent the body, just to humor Watson. I don't know. Where are we going? I don't know. What did he say? We must go to the entrance of a building. That's where we must go. Do you remember the piece of white apron that was missing? It was found just a few steps away from here at the entrance of a building. That's where we must go. Well, these are new, aren't they? Wait, which one were we just at? We were at we were at Mitre Square. Okay, so
let's go.
Galston Street. Yeah, okay.
There's the spot, Watson. By night, Galston Street is deathly silent, which will permit us to carry out a fair few experiments. Let's find the entrance where the piece of the victim's apron and the mysterious chalk message were found.
Wait, what mysterious chalk message? Save the game. Chat, you're not telling me to save often enough. What if I forget the game crashes?
Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street.
Yes, we are. I can't get past that. No, I can't. My immersion.
Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street.
Do I want to move my face again? I don't know. Maybe this is a better place for it. I think it's a thought, a mad experiment. I know it's supposed to be a thought. I know it's supposed to be like in his head or whatever, but it just seems very silly. I don't know. But I get it. They can't. There's not much else they can really do about it. It wouldn't make sense for the body to still be there. Anyway. God, no, this isn't lined up properly. Ugh. There. Okay.
these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street.
You vote for the face cam in the middle of the stream?
Nothing of interest here.
Sounds good. I think that would be very beneficial for everyone.
Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street.
You know, I actually could do something like that for a redemption because I have, Watson, you're not supposed to be creepy in this game. I have this, Atom, which allows me to let you guys control like different scenes, which is like the Lilia Noir one where you guys can like turn my face cam black and white. And, I could also have it so you could like move the face cam around. But I would have to remember to move it back is the thing. Because we wouldn't want it in weird places for that long.
I have no reason to go that way.
What are we looking at then? Are we We're gonna say this. Ah! Oh god, I thought that was in the game.
Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street. Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street.
Are we? Are we really? What did he say? Clearly I missed something again. Let's find the entrance where the piece of the victim's apron and the mysterious chalk message. I'm looking at all the stuff.
Look at these signs, Watson.
Where? Solomanovic?
Look at these signs, Watson. We're...
How does that guy have his shop here and in the other place? What is going on? I mean, I guess it's in.
I have no reason to go that way.
Name, so it could be pretty common. Does he want me to go to a different location? I don't think so. Am I missing something?
Pray, let us find the entrance in which the piece of the victim's apron and the mysterious chalk message were found.
Let me know if you guys see anything.
Nothing of interest here.
Or if am I being dumb? Maybe I'm being dumb. Oh.
Nothing of interest here.
Oh, okay, never mind. Go along this wall, spamming space.
Nothing of interest here.
Spammy space. I don't see anything. The entrance where the... Here?
I have no reason to go that way.
Huh.
I have no reason to go that way.
He said let's go to the entrance of the building where the cloth apron and the chalk message were found. So, am I looking for
nothing of interest
a chalk message and an... Well, I mean, I'm just looking for anything that I can like click on or whatever, but I've ran everywhere around here and I can't find anything. So I'm thinking like, is it somewhere else? Or am I just being a dumb again? No, I know it might not have an icon, but I'm like looking. I'm using my eyeballs. I don't see nothing. Do we remember where...
I have no reason to go that way.
Do we remember where the chalk message was? Maybe I'll read maybe I'll read this. Maybe there's something about the chalk message in here. That's just her dark green. No. Wentworth model dwellings building being almost exclusively occupied. Gloston Street being the site of a very popular, much frequented market. Decided to erase the inscription before the day broke. Okay, so it's erased. Let's see. The piece of bloody apron was found at the entrance hall leading to the stairs of 108 to 119 Wentworth model dwellings. Okay, Wentworth model dwellings. This this one. I tried this. Oh,
There's the spot where the apron and the message were found by PC
Did I
Long.
seriously have to
Now,
look at the
let's
ground
recreate
right
the
there?
scene. Remember, Watson, it was raining that night. Find me something with which to mimic raindrops hitting this wall while I write something with my chalk.
It's fine. I
The
just need to
Jews
read.
are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. But what does it mean?
Sherlock, that's a crime scene, man. Sherlock just
Have you
disturbed
found
the crime
something for us
scene.
to pour water from, Watson?
Find a container and some water. Let me remind you that it's nighttime and the street is deserted, Holmes.
I was gonna do the dirty work. Can I leave? Because I know where water... Oh.
Water.
All right, well, let's find something we can put water in. Water!
That may come in handy. Who knows?
Thank you. Yes, I would like another Puzel. What am I doing? I'm sure Watson has a reason for this.
A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it.
Ah, yes. Okay, use the rope.
A watering can. That's what I... An old wooden pole. A merchant probably threw it out. That may come in handy.
Good
Who
thing we
knows?
have exactly what we need to get the thing that we need, guys. This first, and then this. Yeah, okay. Didn't even need to go up the thing.
Water.
Have you found something for us to pour water from, Watson?
Yeah. Oh, I have to select it again?
Yes, I have, Holmes.
It's a new item now that there's water in it. Okay. You control Sherlock. I now have the water.
If this message were written by the killer, then it would have been lying in this entrance for up to 35 minutes before being discovered. Let's find out in what state it must have been. This message could not have withstood an entire night in the rain. During the investigations carried out on the night of the double murder, PC Hulse inspected the entrances of this street around 2:20 a.m. and confirmed to have seen nothing out of the ordinary. At 2:55 a.m., 35 minutes later, PC Long found Catherine Edow's piece of apron and the message in chalk. This message would not have withstood a whole night in the rain, as had I continued to water it for a little longer, I would certainly have erased it. It was written, therefore, at the moment when the piece of apron was dumped. This substantiates PC Hulse's statement, which stated he had seen neither of these during his rounds. After its discovery, it was guarded and protected from the rain, which was subsiding, which explains why it was still legible when it was erased at 5:30. My dear Watson, when you met P.C. Smith on his rounds in the street, where was he? On the pavement or in the middle of the road?
In the middle of the road, Holmes, without a shadow of a doubt.
Good. You will go down the street with your lantern as if you were a policeman on patrol, using Smith's position as a guide. As soon as you see the entrance where I used the watering can, tell me if you see anything.
Dun, 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 doo, 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 doo. I'm PC Smith. This is not where I'm supposed to be walking. I just start over here.
I have no reason to go that way. There, Holmes. From here, I can see something written.
Can you read it?
No.
Do you see the white rag, Watson?
Yes?
No, you aren't in the right spot with the lamp, Watson.
I see something on the ground, but I'm not sure if it's what you were talking about.
PC Long, who found the piece of apron, was examining the interior of the entrances, and yet nobody would have predicted that this piece of material would be discovered on the very night of the murder by a policeman on patrol.
What are you trying to get at, Holmes?
Let's look at this message on the wall, Watson. The Jews are not the men that will be
Jewies.
blamed for nothing. In other words, the Jews were possibly blamed for nothing, but that will no longer be the case. Reading this message naturally begs one question. What would that be, Watson?
Why?
Indeed, Watson, why? For what reason would one have the right to blame the Jews in the future? Remember, Lestrade was killed near a club for socialist Jews, Eddowes not far from a synagogue and the Imperial Club, and finally, this piece of apron dropped here. This building is occupied by Jewish families. The killer really did go out of his way to incriminate the Jews living in the area.
It's a bit obvious, Holmes.
Yes, but with the rumors, Watson, the author of this message would have received a response to his strategy.
You are right, Holmes. So perhaps it's a good thing this message was erased.
Whoever took the decision to do this is a man of great wisdom and courage. Let's return to Baker Street, Watson. I have some pipes to smoke to help me think more clearly.
PC Smith.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home.
I think we should probably erase the message, though, Holmes. Like, erase it the rest of the way. Because you can definitely still read it. You can definitely still read it. Say it. Pipe time.
I had nightmares all night, Holmes. As for you, I bet you didn't get a wink of sleep, did you? It's this chalk message business, isn't it?
Among other things.
And this lunatic is still running free. If only we knew what he looked like.
But we do know, Watson. We have a fairly accurate description.
I must have missed an episode of your adventures, Holmes. Not only have I heard you discredit the value of our eyewitnesses, but the few descriptions we do have don't seem to correspond.
An inaccurate account can regain its value if we can discover why and to what extent the truth must be rewritten. We've learned a great many things tonight, and I'm able to tell you what our man looks like.
Really?
Yes, and we're going to need a few things, Watson. Find me 3 mannequins, my worker's costume, my 3 full wigs, one of your worn garments, yes, that can be used for the workman's outfit, and one of your old suits. Oh, and my deer stalker, the one I never wear, but everyone seems to think I wear day and night.
What? What do you mean? I don't think that. Too real, Holmes. Too real. That's a good joke, Frogwares. That's a good joke. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back first, and then we'll do this lovely puzzle, which I'm sure is going to be quite lovely and awesome. easy. Right. I am gathering things. Haunted drawer. Okay.
A wig. This will come in handy.
I'm just gonna leave everything open. Do I need that too? No. Okay. Good thing Holmes has so many mannequins. Oh. Oh, we only need 2? Really? No, we need more. Okay. I love how Sherlock just stands there waiting while Watson does everything. Okay, right.
So, as for one of the murders, we have no witnesses whatsoever. As for the 3 other, we have at least one person who claims to have seen the victims talking to a man a few minutes before their death. Do you remember whom these would be, Watson?
Apply the height, the age, and the clothing of the mannequins, basing yourself on the 3 correct witnesses. Okay, well, one of them was Constable Smith. So there was Abraham's thing, Constable Smith, and was it Lipsky? Wait, that's not his account though. Where is Squibby? Bookseller, Pounce the Cat. Maybe also the could be in here. So hold on a second. Okay, so this guy, or this Abraham's statement is for Edo's. And Smith's is for the other lady, Stride. So then who was the first murder? Oh gosh, I have to remember. The first murder no one saw. That's the one that is not included, right? Is the third one the lady? No. Who was the third one? Not the girl on the table. She was a cadaver. Third is Edo's. Okay, then who's this? Well, no, there's Edo's, Smith, and then the very first lady in the game, which doesn't have any witnesses, right? No, wait, did she have witnesses? Oh, wait, no, it was the lady by the cat's meat. Oh, it was the, yeah, okay. Wait. That's way back here. The guy, who was that guy? The lady walking by said that she saw the man. But I don't think there was I don't think anyone talked to her. I think it was in a document. Or a note? Is it this one? Was it Chapman? Polly Nichols was the first one. Yeah, it's Chapman then. Okay. So does this have that lady in it? Was soaked with water. Okay, so it would be at the top somewhere. This is just like a description of the murder scene. I can't even use it anyways. So, can I use any of these? No. Okay, well that has to be a document. Is there anything about Chapman? Not Polly. It would be, this is from Chapman, but, leather apron. It's 2 o'clock and then reopen soon. Leather apron was seen walking with the murdered woman in Baker's Row at 2 o'clock. I don't think this is the right thing, though. Yeah, it's not. I got the other two right, though. Maybe it's one of these testimonies. Let's see. Witness was certain the time she declares that she had the clock of room. Yeah, it must be this one. No, I can't use this one. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. This one?
Bravo,
there
Watson.
We go.
There are our 3
I
witnesses.
knew it was in there. Okay. Now we can use these documents to hopefully solve the crime. And I'll put my face back on the other side for you guys. There is more reading required. Yeah, there definitely is. Okay, apply the height, the age, and the clothing of the mannequins, basing yourself on the witnesses. Okay, so Abraham's account. Saw a man and woman in discussion. Man must have been about 16 feet away from the couple. Joseph the butcher said to the other, "Look, I don't like going home alone when I see this kind of people here." My friend Joseph looked at them without noticing anything strange, didn't understand what he meant. They had the two other rather unkept. They had the look of two rather unkept people, but no more than that. Harry stated that he hadn't seen the couple. As for Joseph the butcher, even though he was one who commented on them, pointed them out, said that he couldn't remember anything except that the man was about 3 inches taller than the woman, who was 5 feet tall and no more. So he was a short man. My friend Joseph, on the other hand, did his best to cooperate. Okay, so we have the height, 5'3"-ish. Is this...
There is an error, Watson. Let's reread Abraham's testimony.
No, I'm not done. Is this, inches?
Indeed, Watson, that's the right size for Abraham's mannequin.
Okay.
The account given by Mr. Solomonovich's friend is incorrect in at least one point. The first Joseph said that the man was at least 5'7" tall. The second Joseph said he was 3 inches taller than the victim, whom we know was 5 feet tall, which would suggest a height of 5'3". Don't forget that it was this second Joseph who attracted his friend's attention towards the couple on the other side of the road. We can assume he got a very good look at them.
Right. Okay. By the height, age, and clothing. Okay, so then the age. Back down again. It's been 30 years old. Light complexion, fair mustache. Can I put... Oh. A fair mustache. Oh, I should have restarted when I was gone. My mouse is starting to go. Okay, light complexion, fair mustache, loose dark jacket, gray cap, red scarf. Loose dark jacket, gray cap, red scarf. Gray cap. Don't have a red scarf. There's 3 different blonde wigs? Oh yeah, I guess there's has to be 3 of each, huh? Is he gonna tell me that I get it right? Once I get one of them right? Okay, it would be possible for him to recognize him. After his testimony, the police took him to see the clothing of the deceased, and Joseph said it looked identical to the woman. Okay. A fair mustache. I'm assuming fair means light, right? So blonde? Maybe? Can I save the game while I'm in here, by the way? What happens if I close? Because I actually need to save and reload or restart my computer. Okay, looks like it does save it. So, let's just, you know, 1 second. I don't want to be doing that puzzle with my mouse being all dumb. When you have everything read automatic and Holmes will say so. Okay, thanks, Young. So. At least that's a consistent thing about this game. And I wish I would have known that in the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, wow. Check out this Windows background. It's like, that makes me want to go to the beach. Like, really bad. I want to go on vacation and go to the beach, like, right now, please. Boom, 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 boom. Steam. Okay. Frogwares. Yeah, it was a nice picture. I agree. Some of them are like really nice. Hey, it fixed the glitchy dark situation too. There's like a lighting problem sometimes with objects, interactable objects in this game. Okay, so something is wrong about this. Is he younger? Maybe I think he's 30. I don't know. It could be this jacket.
Perfect, Watson.
Yeah, whatever. The other dark jacket. Okay, so we got him done. Then Doot Fields. I saw him from behind. He was wearing a short black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap, and a dark color, a white collar. Seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying a packet wrapped in newspaper about 18 inches long and about 6 inches wide. His outfit reminds me of somebody I know. Was he a large, older gentleman? I don't think so. Even though I only saw him from behind, I would say that he was barely 30. Or even less, maybe 26, 5'8", at the very most. He had a small dark brown mustache, olive complexion. Okay, let's get his age and height. 5'8", 26. Wow, this is gonna... Six. Black outfit, small felt hat like a cap, and a dark color, white collar. There's no other hat though. Did I not get one of the hats? I mean, I guess it could be that hat. It's not what I would count though. Maybe the other guy is not wearing a hat? Okay, barely 30, has small dark brown mustache, olive complexion. What do I have wrong? He was 5'8", right? Yeah. 5'8" tall at the very most. Maybe... Could it be 5'3"? Oh. Well, let's do the last guy, I guess, first. That will rule some stuff out. Let's see. Okay. A little taller than the woman with whom he was discussing. Approximately 5'3". Okay. Brown deerstalker hat, dark coat. General appearance of the working class. Oh. He has the deerstalker hat. Dark coat. Working class. Deerstalker hat, dark coat, and down on this point. General appearance of the working class. Dark hair and mustache. Dark face. Look like a foreigner. Jewish origin. Okay. What about a 40? Okay. And 5'3".
Perfect, Watson.
Okay, so this guy...
As for young PC Smith's account,
Didn't
you
have
must
a
have been mistaken about this person's real height. It is only an inch or two after all, and we can attribute the same height as the other two.
But the age, though... The age difference is pretty large between all of them. You know? What does it want from me here? He said he was like 26. Is PC Smith just like really wrong about everything? Or what? Can I... am I missing an item? Am I missing an item? Maybe I do. Oh, there. Oh, no wonder. I'm missing an item. Oh, I was like, there should be a third hat. Oh, fudgers.
As for young PC Smith's account, he must have been mistaken about this person's real height. It is only an inch or two after all, and we can attribute the same height as the other two.
Again, that's a lot of difference. It's 5 inches.
As for young PC Smith's account, he must have been mistaken about this person's real height. It is only an inch or two after all, and we can attribute the same height as the other two.
The storm sirens are going off. Daisy's gonna start freaking out. He's messing with us. Okay, Okay, he's barely 30 or even less, 28 or even less, 26 and 5'8". He's a small, dark brown mustache, olive complexion. Once again, I only caught a brief glimpse of him. Small felt hat like a cap in a dark color and a white color. He seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying 6 inches wide. Oh no, they're all messed up. He said to lower the height. Oh, is that just what he wants? I thought I tried that.
Bravo, Watson.
Oh.
Our mannequins have been recreated based on the correct accounts. Now, Watson, let's see in what ways these statements differ and how the witnesses could have been mistaken. Let's look at these wigs and moustaches. Let's start by taking the first Joseph's testimony, who saw the man head-on in a well-lit spot and in which he noted fair hair. Now, let's consider the same person, but in the lighting and angle of the other two witnesses, in the darkness of night, with poor artificial lighting from above. Put out the light, Watson.
Sorry about the weird noise, you guys. Put out the light, Watson. What do you mean? Oh.
Thus, poor lighting and a backlit subject can affect our perception of shades and colors. The wigs from Abraham's mannequin took on the same color as the other two. The three testimonies, therefore, don't contradict one another, and we can apply the same facial hair to all three mannequins. Turn on the light, Watson.
I don't know about that, but okay.
Okay, Watson, let's give all of our mannequins the same hair.
Okay, they all have the same hair.
Okay, Watson, let's...
They all have the same hair. Does he want a different color hair? Are they all blonde? Oh, they all blonde. Oh.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Well done,
okay.
Watson. With
Okay.
regards to the murderer's hair, the three witnesses should agree on Abraham's testimony. As Joseph is the only one who saw our man in full light, his hair must therefore be fair.
Sure, yes.
You see, Watson, it is hard to draw objective conclusions when one is an eyewitness to an event. This leads us to reconsider the various statements regarding the supposed age of the man. Even if you are face to face with someone in full light and for a period of several hours, to what extent can you determine their exact age? And even more so if you observe them for only a few seconds and or from behind. We must allow some flexibility when considering our witnesses' statements, but always scientific flexibility.
Okay.
Now that we have fully considered the witness accounts, let's see to what extent they agree. If we apply the range of error for each of our dummies, we can deduce the age of our murderer as precisely as possible.
Determine the age thanks to the tolerance of years indicated by Sherlock Holmes. Okay. Why is there so many? Oh, oops. Okay. I'm in the mannequin zone. Yeah.
There we are. Magnificent.
Gosh.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
I think
now that we have fully considered the witness accounts, let's see to what extent they agree. If we apply the range of error for each of our dummies, we can deduce the age of our murderer as precisely as possible.
I think it was like, it's really easy to like overthink it. And I like at first I thought that the two columns like went together. So then I was like, what the hell does this mean? It was actually pretty simple. Okay, so the most common number here, 35, 34, 33, 33.
Perfect, Watson. Within a margin of 1 year, Watson, the age of our murderer is 33 years.
But the man described by Smith was dressed respectably, whereas the other two were poorly dressed.
Indeed, but Whitechapel's respectively could quite easily describe the Sunday bests that all lower-class men own. Now, let's place ourselves in the shoes of Liz Stride's killer. He has just slain his victim and sees Louis Diemschutz discover her body. Our killer is at great risk if he stays in the area. He therefore gets away from this spot. But he wants to kill again. However, he might have been spotted in the area before having committed the murder by a constable on his round, perhaps, who managed to get his description. What do you think the killer will do?
I don't know. I gotta be honest. I was not really paying attention to what you were saying. My brain is just like, trying to remember this, hating this puzzle for relying on somehow knowing exactly how wrong everyone's guesses are. The problem with that puzzle is it wasn't really a puzzle. So it was like really easy to overthink it, to try and like make it into more than what it was, which is what I was doing at first. Like if chat wouldn't have told me that each of those things were like separate, and it actually was super simple. Like there was no puzzle. You just need to like do the most tiniest amount of math. And the reason is because like the next part of it, they just want you to see that laid out for you so that you can decide which age is common between all of them. That's like literally all it is. So in the next portion, you can see all of the ages. Then you just pick which number they all have the same, like in common. And that's the whole thing. But like, yeah, super easy to overthink that one. And I think I would have been super stuck on it for a while if I didn't have chat's help. Which is true for like a lot of these puzzles. And that's why I like to play these games on stream, because then chat can help me. Then I'm not stuck for hours on end. Because sometimes it just takes like, you know, somebody else's thought process on something for you to be like, oh, duh. And that happens to me all the time. And also, I tend to overthink almost every single puzzle. So I usually have to tell myself to like take a step back. I'm like, it's usually simpler than that. Sometimes it's not, but usually it is. So yeah. I solved that step so fast you were stumped for a while. Yeah, you were probably just overthinking it. Knowing the range so specifically already feels wrong to me. You may be 4 or 5 years off, but not 6. Just makes no sense. Oh, I agree. There's no way that these people could accurately guess the age. Like, and there's no way that, like, Holmes probably got within the range of, like, he was probably around this age, but it's really hard to tell. So, like, also with that, you kind of just got to be like, it's fine. Like, they can only do so much in video games, and when they're trying to make it into a puzzle, you just kind of have to, like, believe it, even though it doesn't make sense a lot of times. I do complain about that a lot in these games, but I also have to remind myself too. It's just like, it's all for the fun of just the game and, like, having it be a puzzle. So, you know, it's whatever. Can't be too picky, I guess. Certain assumption there. Yeah. It's definitely a big assumption. Wait a second. Lily is in that age range and she's wearing a deerstalker hat and she has blonde hair. What? Oh no. And the murderer was seen drinking a Starbucks. Okay, what did Holmes say? What will Jack the Rapper do after committing his first murder and before committing the second in Mitre Square? Okay. Jeff the Rapper would drop the mic. Just this thing that annoyed you, especially when it could have been so easily avoided by just going, he must be somewhere around this age. I agree. Yeah, I agree. They could have done that a little bit better. Maybe they just didn't think that Sherlock Holmes would estimate. Maybe they think that Sherlock Holmes is, like, too good where he would be able to he's just that confident in his abilities that he thinks he knows exactly how old this person is. I'll just go with that logic. Anyways, what would he do after the first murder in Dutfield's yard and before committing the second? Okay. Wait a second. Are we, how far apart were these murders? Were they like an hour apart? I can't remember. By a disguise, find an accomplice. Nothing. It is not he who committed the second murder. Look for another victim. Commit the second murder in 40 minutes apart. Okay, thank you, Yaxo. Commit a second murder in his place. Wait a moment before searching for another victim. Change and go. Look for another victim. Escape without being recognized. This is between these two, right? So, he's got a different outfit on. He didn't really buy a disguise. I mean, I guess the different outfit is a disguise, kind of. Go to Starbucks and get coffee. Change and go look for another victim. Okay. Wait on the premises? Throw clothing in it. Yeah, maybe that.
No, that's not it.
Okay. Wait on the premises?
No, that's not it.
Buy a disguise?
No, that's not it.
Flee?
No, Watson.
Find an accomplice to change?
No, Watson.
Okay. Commit the second murder in his place. Escape without being recognized.
No, that's not it.
Via disguise and escape without being recognized?
That's not it.
Throw his clue.
No, that's not it.
Enter in a pub and as quickly as possible. Find an I mean, there was talk of an accomplice, but...
No, that's not it. No, Watson.
Clearly, I don't know, Holmes. Clearly, I have no idea. Wait on buy a disguise. I mean, the only thing I have to go on is he's got a different outfit. He's got a different shirt, so it has to be...
No, that's not it.
Throw his clothing in. He wouldn't have a time to buy an outfit, but maybe he threw his clothing away and then as quickly as possible, or nothing. It is not he who committed the second murder. There's also that possibility. I did think that it didn't match. Enter a pub and nothing. Return home to a safe location and nothing.
No, that's not it.
Wait.
No,
Find
that's
an
not.
accomplice, flee and nothing. Buy a disguise, wait on the premises and nothing.
No, that's not.
Enter a pub
No,
and nothing.
Watson.
What would go
no.
with that one? Nothing would. Just do a DNA test. Oh yeah, good idea. The ye old Victorian era DNA test. The first murder was one where he almost got caught, right? He didn't have time to eviscerate the victim. The first one was in the courtyard. And these two are at night, and this is during the day. But we're talking only about the two at night, aren't we? I think. Which is, I think, is these two, and the only difference is that they have a different outfit.
No, that's not it.
Flee and look for a victim.
No,
Flee and... What does this mean? Commit the second murder in his place?
No, Watson. No.
Flee and wait a moment?
No.
Flee and escape without being
No,
recognized?
Watson. No, Watson.
Flee as quickly
No.
as possible. Wait a moment.
No, Watson.
Buy a disguise. Wait on the premises. Find an accomplice to... I still think he threw his clothing away
No,
and changed it.
that's not it. No, Watson.
He did it naked.
No, that's not.
Buy a disguise.
No, that.
Go back home or to a safe location,
Oh.
change his clothes and leave again in search of another victim.
I was close.
It's
I
the
knew it
only
had to do with the
possible
outfit.
explanation, Watson. The man returned to the safety of his lodgings and then decided to go out again with new clothes and repeat his sinister nocturnal work. That's how the discrepancies between the witnesses with regards to clothing can be explained.
What a cold-blooded animal.
And what determination! Powerful motives are pushing this man. Thus, we can conclude that the respectable man with the package may very well have been seen by the two Josephs.
Even if it is just a mannequin, it's giving me goosebumps. But have we really made any progress, Holmes? I mean, there must be thousands of men in Whitechapel who match this description, wouldn't you say?
I would
You're
say.
right, Watson. We have worked on who, now let's work on where. We need a map of Whitechapel, and please also find me a pencil, 2 compasses, one of which can draw ellipses.
Save, baby. Okay. All right, let me go hunting for random items in the apartment again.
There is nothing more to...
Cool, then why do we have a thingy on it?
I
Map.
am in need of something.
Map.
I am in need of something.
Okay, we need everything else first. Do I just need to select the pencil?
First of all,
There.
let's place our 4 murders on this map,
Okay.
as well as the spot where the graffito appeared, and the piece of apron was dropped.
Okay. Okay, so Annie Chapman was Hanbury Street, right? Or was she Bucks Row? Bucks Row was the first one, right? I think she was Hanbury Street. Polly was Hanbury Street or Bucks Row. And Graffito was in Mitre Square somewhere. Like on... I don't know. I can't tell, like, where is this Mitre Street? Mitre Square? No, this would be Mitre Street. So, there. Okay. And then Elizabeth's Shrine Eddowes was in Mitre Square. And she was in Dutfield Yard. Okay. Apparently I'm not correct. Cool. Do I have these mixed up? Because I can't do this yet. No, I think I had them right. Didn't I? What is he? Annie Chapman. Oh, you guys can't see Annie Chapman. There we go. Pretty sure Chapman was over here. And Bucks Row was Polly. Okay, they're all on there. Maybe this is wrong. Just need to go. This was definitely on Mitre Street though. Maybe I have to put it also on there. Graffiti, no. I only put one thing on top of that. What the poop? This is Duke Street. This is definitely Mitre Street right here. It was on Mitre Street, wasn't it? Because didn't we go from Mitre Square to Mitre Street? To do that? And dang it, Sherlock! What about this? Gulston Street? What was on Gloucester Street? No, she was definitely... Maybe this was Gloucester. What the heck?
Perfect, Watson.
Oh, that was
Let's
on
connect
Gloucester
each
Street?
crime scene to the one out of the others that is the furthest.
Right. Never mind. It was... he said it was a few steps away from Mitre Street, and then we went on the map. Okay, yeah, sorry, my bad. Okay, what? What do you say, Sherlock? Oh, pencil. Okay, are we just doing, like, what? Polly Nichols. Annie Chapman. And, oops, and then, Stride. And then... Yes, it all makes sense. Hold on, what did Sherlock even say? What did he say? I don't know. What, do you guys remember what he said? I was not listening. Did he say anything that I need to know about? Join each murder location to the one that is the furthest. This one's the furthest. Should I start at the last one? Maybe I don't need to include the graffiti. That's not good enough for you, huh? Graffito. Do I need to complete the thingy-ma-doo? The furthest from each other, so top, right, bottom, left. Furthest relatively to each other or in general? I think he said connect to the farthest apart victims. Oh, just do... Oh, okay. Okay, so we're just doing it one step at a time? Or then are we connecting like this? Or am I...
You see, Watson, the murders aren't grouped together, but seem to be spread out like cardinal
we're finding
points
like
around
that.
a central
I
zone.
can't... Well, I see what we're
The killer
doing.
obviously wanted to avoid returning to the previous scenes of his crimes, assuming that they would be more closely watched, or that he could be recognized.
So the killer lives at the center of this cross.
In the vicinity, most certainly, but how near? We cannot afford to get it wrong. If you concentrate, Watson, you will notice that the murders are roughly equidistant from the intersection point of the diagonals. Let's focus on the night of the double murder. Remember, Watson, it took us 20 minutes to get from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square.
Yeah.
Let's draw a line from one to the other.
Okay.
Perfect. We didn't make the trip as the crow flies, but that would not harm our estimate. Let's suppose the killer left Dutfield's Yard at 1 a.m. and arrived in Mitre Square at 1:35 a.m. when
Okay.
he was seen by the two Josephs. If he took 5 minutes to change his clothes, that leaves a range of 10 minutes to determine where this man's lodgings are. We must determine the area in which one can go from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square in less than half an hour. To do this, let's draw an ellipsis. The length between Dutfield's Yard and Mitre Square corresponds to 20 minutes. By adding half, we get a distance of 30 minutes. By taking the two right segments, each starting from the two murder scenes, and which the sum of the lengths makes 30 minutes, we get our ellipses.
Uh-huh. Does he want me to... Okay. Okay. I don't understand most... I mean, I get what we're doing, but like all the math shenanigans. Do I need... Ooh, whoops. Okay, I'm not sure where to start it. If he lives around here, though, like, wouldn't it be... Would we start there? No. No, that doesn't make any sense. Maybe that needs to be just in it. So, like... No.
There we are, Watson.
Oh, okay.
Our killer lives in this
Just needs to go
area.
across the
It's
X.
still rather a vast area, Holmes.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And our goal is to reduce this area as much as we can. We must consider the fact that the murder at Mitre Square was committed under a certain amount of pressure, given that the killer knew he was wanted for the acts he committed not long before. We can assume that he had to do it in a safe zone, that is, an area not far from where he lives. This is especially true of an act such as the graffiti he carried out after 2 murders. Let's trace a circle around this point, with the distance separating it from Mitre Square as the radius. This will enable us to determine our killer's safe zone.
Yeah, that's fine. That's a fine assumption and everything, but like what would stop him from, having some foresight and just stashing some clothes somewhere in the area? Then like just going there quickly to change, and even like it doesn't have to be his house. Like, what if he rented a room somewhere too that's not his house? Like there's so many other possibilities, isn't there? Like when we need some proof that, I guess we're just following a lead still. I don't know. Yeah, what if he had a bag that he stashed something like behind a dumpster somewhere or something? Also, I wasn't listening again to what Holmes said. Ah! Oh, God. Circle centered on Gloucester Street. Thank you, Yaxo. Okay. Not that. That's not big enough. Would it need to also encompass the murders? And that's pretty big. Or just the X? No. Does he want me to do a tiny area? This is a perfect circle no matter what I do.
Our killer must surely live
There we
inside
go.
this circle. Now, let's intersect it with the ellipsis that we previously determined.
Okay.
There we are, Watson. The Aldgate district.
Shouldn't we inform the police so that they can concentrate their efforts on this area of Whitechapel?
It is probably already crawling with inspectors, Watson, and I doubt that they would take us seriously, even if they were willing to listen to what we had to say. Let's focus instead on understanding the killer's modus operandi. We know our murderer preys on prostitutes who are penniless, weak, sick, or alcoholic, that he distracts them the moment before killing them, and that he left an anonymous message inciting anti-Semitic hatred at the entrance of a building occupied by Jews. How would you describe this man?
What a coward.
Indeed, he is a person of great cowardice. Let's look at his murders, and in particular, the depredations on the corpses, putting aside that of Liz Stride, because on that occasion, his work was left unfinished. If we recall the observations made on the victims and the parts that were mutilated or damaged on each of the bodies, without forgetting the fact that he also removed one or more organs, we can ascertain that our killer evolves during the course of the murders, cowardly and still evolving. And yet, look at the location of our first murder, that of Polly Nichols in Bucks Row. It is the most distant from the area our killer would appear to live. Perhaps this murder was preceded by another within the killer's area. I believe a cowardly killer would commit his first murder in an area close to his home in order to find refuge as quickly as possible on carrying out the act.
Holmes, an idea just occurred to me that fills me with dread. This evolution of which you speak.
He will pursue his next victim as long as the conditions permit him to continue killing Watson.
But how could one go even further in this horror? Look at what he did to that woman, Catherine Eddowes.
In order to avoid having to answer that question, we must act with haste and planning. Watson, I suggest you inform yourself on the mutilations sustained by the victims. We played with the idea that this could be an act of vengeance against prostitutes. If the mutilations correspond to areas affected by a specific pathology, perhaps the killer wanted to give an eye for an affliction he felt the prostitutes he knew were responsible for.
And this trail leading to Dr. Tumblety, Holmes?
I also have a few things to look into in the meantime. I still have a primary witness to track down, not to mention old trails I've yet to pursue. See you soon, Watson. When we first spoke about the Bucks Row murder with Watson, he was reading a newspaper, The Star, dated September 1st, 1888, I believe, which mentioned similar murders in the preceding months. I have no chance of finding the police reports, but perhaps I could find some information at the Central News Agency. I must go there at once. Afterwards, I'll go back to see Abraham, the owner of the pet shop in Whitechapel. The second Joseph's statement would lead me to believe that he may know the man spotted on the corner of Church Passage that night. If that's the case, I must find this witness so I can question him.
Okay, lots to do. Hi, Daisy. You want to say hi? You want to say hi to everybody? She's like, no, I want to play. You stop doing that right now and you play with me. I can't. I'm solving a mystery case. It's very important. There's a mass murder going around in London. Don't you know that? Haven't you heard of Jack the Ripper, Daisy? Don't you read the papers? I know. She says this is boring, you guys. This is so boring. Okay, Central News Agency. Whoa. Okay.
Ah, Bulling is there. It won't hurt just this once.
What won't hurt? Having a chat?
Hello, Mr. Bulling. So, did your colleague tell you about the tip?
What tip?
Ah, I see. I gave him an explosive tip and he went without you? Oh, that's not very sporting on his part. No doubt he took all of the credit for his discovery.
You're winding me up, eh?
I'm showbulling something to make him believe me.
Well, how about this note?
What do you want?
I'm not winding you up. The proof is that he gave me this advance on the debt.
The traitor! He owes me if I find him.
Before I leave, can you do me a favor?
Heck, tell me.
I'm looking for some reliable info on the murders committed in Whitechapel in the months before Polly Nichols' attack.
Reliable? Ha! You really think you'll find that here? Fine. I'll be honest with you. We have folders that group the dispatches from the current year into categories. In the police law category, you'll find the transcripts from the trials and investigations that we sell to the newspapers that ask us.
Perfect.
Sadly, I am out of time. I'll leave you to solve it, eh? You're the detective, aren't you?
Oh boy. Oh boy. More and more and more Puzels, huh? Stevenson and Psy Enterprises. Bill, repair the wood of the news in brief compartment. £1. Payment received 12th of July. Okay. So, as the agency receives numerous dispatches, the filing system that you made appears to be too small, particularly for the World and Society sections, which cover too much area and overflow into the boxes below, police, law, and culture, respectively. Would you be able to furnish advice in order to keep only one filing cabinet? While awaiting your response, sir, please accept our best wishes. The assistant director. How polite.
The dossiers are full of papers in dated envelopes. I can't open them. That would be too obvious. How can I tell which compartment to look in? No categories are indicated.
Okay, we need more clues. Hold on. Dear Fernand. Weird. I am confirming my presence on Friday evening at the club. I will be with pleasure. It will be with pleasure because I must get my mind off things or risk falling into a black depression. Wow. Just imagine the new laddie still has the favors of that of Janet, but she'll end up forgetting him and giving into me because I am not lacking in ideas to get rid of her suitors. Yesterday I randomly placed a few inventions and science with politics dispatches. After all, they are always harebrained items, given that the compartments are one on top of the other. It could have easily passed as one of the new lad's errors, and as anticipated, he was called in by the boss. As soon as I have the chance, I will show him how, like in the news, everything's in the balance. He looks like a half-wit. He could easily confuse the politics with the society section on his right, and this latter with economy, which is its neighbor. What a lovely mess. I don't know how an intelligent girl like Janet can be SWAT like him, but he doesn't have much longer to smile. Okay, so I think we just need to kind of know that portion of it. And here we go. To improve the dispatch filing purpose, major info on up high except news in brief, minor info down low except police law. Thus, in future, propose also to invert news in brief, which is for the moment up high, and police law, which is actually down low. Furthermore, the weather section is almost always empty. Put it with news in brief. Oh my God. My dear George, your little brother has had some misfortune. My first week of work is very grueling. First, I was given a spot far from the stove, and I'm very cold in the morning. Next, I have to sort through the dispatches, the most tedious and boring work imaginable. Once the work is done, I must take each envelope to the journalist in question, who won't even deign to look at me. Finally, at the end of my third day, the boss called me into his office to give me a sermon. It seems like I had mixed up the dispatches. I was so worn out that I could only protest half-heartedly. He gave me a second chance. So now I'm in a sticky situation. The only hopeful note comes from my colleague, Miss Filthin, a charming young woman who is the only one to give me a smile. She helps me as much as she can. Oh God. She helps me as much as she can and tries to prompt me regarding which compartment I should put my dispatches. Because everyone here knows the order of the sections, but no one has bothered to tell me. The lady has so much compassion and slides me notes such as politics and society are on the side. Sports is underneath economy. Personalities is at the end of the row. Front page news is in the first compartment, etc. And these confidences are almost words of love from her mouth. I don't think that she likes placing the envelopes on the desks at all because she ends up with some things that are very disturbing. I have volunteered for the task, much to everyone's displeasure. Nothing new concerning my landlady, but I managed to pay her for the week and she consented to keep me. Don't say anything about my troubles to Mumsy. I don't want to alarm her, but not wanting to lie to her, I have chosen to not write. With warm regards, your brother, Albert. Wow. What a very immersive way to get all the information for this puzzle. This game loves to have us like scouring through text to find what the information that we want, doesn't it? Okay. So, right. So, first, this one had some pretty specific stuff. Politics and society are on the side and sports is under economy. So politics and society are on one of the sides. Didn't say which side, did it? No. Sports is under economy and personalities is at the end of the row. Okay. Personalities is the end of the row. So, sports is under economy. Just put that there for now. Oops. Front page news is the first compartment. Okay. Front page news. First compartment, which probably would be this one? But then we have other information like which ones are empty and stuff. I feel like maybe I should write these things down. Like in a separate area. Okay, major info up high, except news in brief, minor info down low, except police law. In the future, propose also to invert news in brief, which is for the moment up high, and police law, which is actually down low. So do I need to pay attention to the second thing? Weather section is almost always empty. Put it with news in brief. Okay, invert news in brief, which is up high. News in brief is up high. Police is down low. Weather section is almost always empty. Put it with news in brief. Okay. Maybe, no. This is the only one that's like all pretty empty. Okay, yesterday I randomly placed a few inventions in science with politics dispatches. After all, they are all harebrained. Given that the compartments are one on top of the other, it could have easily passed as one of the news lads' error. Okay, so inventions in science and politics are one on top of the other. But wasn't front page at the end? Is front page at the end? Looks like he could easily confuse the politics with the society section on his right. And this ladder with economy, which is its neighbor. What a lovely mess. Oh my god. Oh, okay. This is a lovely mess. It will show him how, like in the news, everything's in the balance. He looks like a halfwit. He could easily confuse the politics with society on his right. And the ladder with economy, which is its neighbor. So, society is a neighbor with economy? I mean, okay, so maybe this is like that. Because these could go either way. What is this?
An envelope is torn. I can tell that this dispatch contains economic information.
Oh, okay, so I had that right. I was right. Economic. Any other clues in here? No. Okay, so we know where economy is for sure.
This compartment was repaired recently.
Did someone mention something about repair? Bill for repairs. Repair for news in brief compartment. Ah. Okay. Okay, so then that one's definitely right. This one's definitely right. Okay. So... politics and society are on the side. Sports is under economy, so that is also right. Personalities is at the end of the same row. Politics and society are on the side. Okay. Personality is at the end of the row. Front page is the first compartment. Wait. Wouldn't that mean that the end of the row would be here, right? Front page news is the first compartment. Politics and society are on the side. Is this all talking about the same row? I don't know actually for sure. Flames on the side of my face. I brought with a knife. I love that quote. That's a good quote from Clue. Okay. News and brief minor down low. Except police low. In the future, news and brief, which is for the moment, high. And police law, which is low. Okay. So news and brief, high. Police low. That fits. Weather is almost always empty. Put it with news and brief. Am I missing one? I don't see anything. Oh, there is one here on the door. Ah, the blue envelopes from the dispatch compartment contain confidential facts that must not be discussed in the news. As a reminder, they contain the political personalities, essentially royal family, and economic issues. This dispatches will be retained only to be diffused when Buckingham Palace or the ministers give us the authority. Okay. So blue envelopes are politics and personalities and economics. Politics, personalities, economics. Okay. Yep. Nope. Okay. So personalities is down here. Economics and politics. Wait a second. But doesn't this have to be above? No? No, maybe not. Ooh. Politics and society are on the side, it says. Front page, okay. Still could have these mixed up. Oops. I don't think so, though. I don't think that they like placing the envelopes on the desks at all. News and brief is up top and law is down low. Inventions in science with politics. Those compartments are one on top of the other. Inventions in politics. Okay. It has to be, politics has to be above because it's blue. So that has to be right. Okay. Could easily confuse politics with society on its right. Oh, okay. So society is there for sure. These could be swapped. There we go.
These envelopes contain dispatches of police and judicial cases. Now, I need to open them discreetly. I must try to unglue the openings.
Woo, that took a while. Thanks, Yaxo. Yeah, I didn't realize I was missing one there for a minute. That explained it. Oh boy. Okay, large closed envelope. What did he say he wanted to do with it? I have a terrible habit of like not listening to what Holmes says.
Water.
What am I doing with this? Oh, am I doing the steam thing?
These envelopes contain dispatches of police and judicial cases. Now, I need to open them discreetly. I must try to unglue the openings.
I see. Yes, we've done this before, haven't we? We need to boil water.
There, that will provide me with steam.
Yeah, okay. And then you can put fuel in there? Oh, do we just light it? Ah, okay.
Open, and it looks like I'm in luck. This envelope contains precious information.
Oh, and we can make some tea as well. Perfect. Do we need to find a lemon tree? Yeah. Testimony in the Smith affair. Day of inquest. Saturday, April 7th. Mr. Wine E. Baxter, or Wynne, the East Middlesex coroner, held an inquiry on Saturday, 7th of April at the London hospital respecting the death of Emma Elizabeth Smith, age 45, a widow lately living at 18 George Street, Spitalfields, who it was alleged had been murdered. Chief Inspector West of the H Division of Police attended for the commissioners of police. Miss Mary Russell, deputy keeper of a common lodging house, stated that she had known the deceased for about 2 years. On the evening of Bank Holiday, 2nd April, she left home at 7 o'clock and returned about 4 or 5 the next morning in a dreadful state. Her face and head were much injured, one of her ears being nearly torn off. She told the witness that she had been set upon and robbed of all her money. Witness took her to the hospital and When passing along the Osborne Street, the deceased pointed out a spot where she had been assaulted. She said there were 3 men, but she could not describe them. Mr. George Haslip, house surgeon, stated that when the deceased was admitted to the hospital, she had been drinking but was not intoxicated. She was bleeding from the head and ear and had other injuries of a revolting nature. Witness found that she was suffering from a rupture of the peritoneum, which had been perforated by some blunt instrument used with great force. The deceased told him that at 1:30 that morning, she was passing near Whitechapel Church when she noticed some man coming towards her. She crossed the road to avoid him, but they followed, assaulted her, took all her money she had, and then committed the outrage. She was unable to say what kind of instrument was used, nor could she describe her assailants, except that she said that one was a youth of 19. Death ensued on Wednesday morning, 4th of April, through peritonitis set up by injuries. Margaret Hayes, living in the same address as the deceased, deposed to seeing Miss Smith in the company with a man in the corner of Farrant Street and Buddett Road. The man was dressed in a dark suit and wore a white silk handkerchief around his neck. He was of medium height, but witness did not think she could identify him. Chief Inspector West, H Division, stated that he had no official information of the subject and was only aware of the case through the daily papers. He had questioned the constables of the beat, but none of them appeared to know anything about the matter. The coroner said that from the medical evidence, which must be true, it was clear that the woman had been barbarously murdered. It was impossible to imagine a more brutal and dastardly assault, and he thought the ends of justice would be better met by the jury according their verdict at once than by adjourning to some future date in the hope of having more evidence brought before them. The jury returned the verdict of willful murder against some person or persons unknown. The police are making every possible entry into the case, but up to yesterday, April 8th, had not any clue to the persons who committed the outrage. Wow.
The information excludes the murder of the first woman, Miss Smith. Jack the Ripper can't be the author of that crime. On the other hand, there are enough similarities to suggest he may be the killer of Martha Tabram. I must go to the pet shop.
Okay. I must go to the pet shop.
I must go to the pet shop. Closed until further notice. Abraham isn't there. No luck.
Beep beep.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Do you know why Mr. Solomonovich's shop is closed?
No, I don't. Perhaps his cousin, the cobbler, knows. But I believe the police came to take his animals. I think that might have something to do with it.
When was this?
During the day. The kids you were with the other day were there, they told me. They just came by to ask for some cat's meat. They didn't have any money, but I gave them some anyway. Ah.
Aw, what a nice guy.
Is something wrong?
It's just that there was a little girl with them, the same age as mine. My little girl who went away with her mother, with the angels into the sky.
Dr. Watson told me about your loss. Please accept my condolences. Would you like to talk about it? How did it happen?
The illness, sir. My poor little girl was in agony, and her face and body were ravaged by the disease.
Her face?
Yes, she looked like a ghost.
What illness was it?
Dr. Gibbons tried to explain when I took my little girl to see him, but I didn't understand. I am sure that he was trying to insinuate it was my fault. I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Wow.
I understand. Farewell.
Gosh, that's messed up.
Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons.
Is it going to be Dr. Gibbons this whole time? He's the suspect.
Hello, Doctor. Do you remember me? I'm Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson's friend.
Oh, yes. Excuse the mess, but I am doing a bit of tidying.
I have come to see you about a Mr. Hardyman, a cat food seller by trade who recently lost his daughter and wife.
Yes, I know him. A tragic story.
Actually, I was hoping you could tell me about the disease that took his daughter, a disease that would have attacked her face.
Well, to keep it short, we are speaking of syphilis, Mr. Holmes. You must certainly know that it is transmitted through intimate connections, and that the vast prostitute population here contributes to its inevitable progression. It destroys individuals by spreading through the body slowly. The most obvious symptoms can be found in the genitalia and on the face in the form of pustules or lesions. Sometimes this illness can destroy whole families. The father catches it from a prostitute, he transmits it to his wife, who in her turn passes it to the kids which she bears or nurses. These cases are numerous in the vicinity. Certain children, and this is the case of the little girl whom I won't name, suffer from an emaciation of the face which will, apart from predicting an imminent death, bring infamy upon the family.
Gosh, that's so sad.
Emaciation of the face?
Yes, what we sometimes call the pox. I will give you a photograph. One cannot be mistaken on the origin of such a face. The eyes seem to be void of lids. The nose is inexistent, as if it was cut off. And the cheeks are chiselled, as if cut with a knife. This loss of facial matter, this emaciation, is in this area often the gift from a father to his children.
I don't need the picture, but that...
Can I keep this photograph?
I should destroy it. But if it can remind you that one must sometimes think twice before giving in to physical attraction...
I always seem to find myself alone in such cases.
That is horrifying.
Thank you, Doctor.
But that... Oh, God. That's awful. But that, like, the crime scene... what was her name? The crime scene in Mitre Square. The lady had these features. She had no eyelids, her nose was cut off, and she had like cheekbones that were sliced. Edos, yeah. So she could have been suffering with syphilis.
Let's go to the cobblers.
And that may not be a murderer inflicted wound. Sorry, Sherlock, I wasn't listening to you again because I was talking. What did he say? Let's go where? Police, boarding house, the cobbler. Okay, thanks.
Let's go to the cobblers.
Okay, thanks, chat. At least you guys are listening. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Solomonovich.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. How are things with you?
I heard your cousin Abraham had a problem with his shop. What happened?
Ah, if I didn't know you well, I would tell you that it's Jewish business that doesn't concern anyone but the Jews. But as you have a little bit to do with it, you have the right to know what is going on.
Ah, would I have something to do with it?
Someone had seen Abraham telling you something and making big gestures near the Imperial Club. A vicious rumor quickly spread, and it has caused him great injustice. A slanderous denunciation attracted the authorities' attention to my cousin's shop. Abraham must be in the process of answering their questions.
I did, indeed, speak with your cousin the other night. I'm shocked at the consequences of this discussion.
As I was saying, it's the story of the Jews. In the face of adversity, we are united, but amongst ourselves, it's like anywhere else. As soon as our people take a dislike to someone, for right or wrong, we can be without pity and quite cruel.
This is all very worrying. Your cousin knows one, or rather two, of the men who were at the Imperial Club on the night of the Mitre Square murder. One of the two, a butcher in Aldgate named Joseph, is probably withholding information of the utmost importance. I must find this man. Perhaps you can help me.
But there are dozens of Jewish butchers around Aldgate, half of which must be called Joseph. And you know, Mr. Holmes, we Jews prefer to remain in the background of this murderer business, this Jack the Ripper thing. All of London is pointing their fingers at us saying, it's a Jew who disemboweled these women. Our community is in great peril, you know. There was the business with Lipsky and Leather Apron. I will see what I can do, but I don't promise anything.
I'd be extremely grateful to you. Very well. We may meet again, Mr. Solomonovich.
You are most welcome, Mr. Holmes.
I've paced up and down Whitechapel enough. I should return to Baker Street in order to reflect on the new facts that I have discovered.
Okay. Chat. Do you guys know about how much game is left? I'd like to time my lunch around it. Like, if we're almost at the end, then I might, like, keep going and then just end a little early instead of doing a lunch break. But if there's still a couple hours left, then maybe I'll do a lunch break now. Does anybody know? Does anyone have any idea? Oops. Because I would love to finish the game today. I hope that's possible. Whew, how long was that? Did I make it? In like 20 minutes or something-ish? I'm having half of my lunch in the form of a protein thing, shake thing. It's time for boing boings, yeah! Interesting flavors. All right. Game. Oh, right after restart. Hold on. All right, it's been sitting there for like 20 minutes, so it's gonna be very laggy now. Oh, right. I muted that. Okay. There we go. Back to Baker Street.
Hello, Holmes.
Good day, Watson.
Listen, Holmes, I know I should have got here sooner to
There's
give
a
you a
pile of all
report
our
on my
inventory
research,
on the table.
but this case has led me to neglect my patients and my wife more than I care to admit. I've been able to sort things out over the last few days, and now I am ready to pursue this investigation.
You don't have to justify yourself, Watson. Whilst I do tolerate you as an observer, and despite your occasional help with more menial tasks, may I remind you that you are by no means an indispensable part of this case.
Oh, you tolerate me as an observer, do you? Oh, you're too much, Holmes. Well, Mr. Detective, despite my absence, I have been working on this case, putting my relationship on the line in the process. And I happen to have a confidential letter that only passed from one lord's hand to another. What it contains is extremely serious and concerns Dr. Tumblety and his collection of uteri.
Let me see that.
His lovely collection of uteri. Wow, Watson be pissed. My lord, be hereby assured of my entire collaboration in the affair, to which I must reply, no one will be able to cast opprobrium on our institution or ourselves. Our eminent colleagues support our policies, and they won't cooperate with the police as long as the higher interests that we serve aren't menaced. As you mentioned, we must avoid having to explain to the uncultured masses the exigencies of medical research. A general crisis of confidence will result in inevitable amalgamation that the press would hasten to create between this and the hideous murders committed in the East End. To this end, I tactfully evoked the rumor that you mentioned in your letter when I met with my colleagues. It turns out to have grounds, and these are the specifics that I was able to obtain. 18 months tense. An American doctor in London did, in fact, contact certain hospitals. His approach was aimed at getting stocks of feminine genitalia, particularly uteri. He was motivated initially by the finalization of his research and of its publication. The doctor in question wanted to include a uterus specimen freshly conserved in formalin with each of the research dissertations sent to each of the colleagues involved. A large quantity was thus necessary, and this doctor proposed to buy each of the uteri for £20 each. The hospital directors did not pay heed to these demands. Of that I have been assured. Between you and I, my lord, who knows the strange consequences that would have followed these demands of the American doctor. The rumor of these unusual commissions made the tour of the hospitals in question at the time and has spread to others since. Simple day laborers employed in our organizations considered that the gain of £20 could justify a theft, perhaps worse. The identity of the doctor is unknown to me, but based on the recall of one of my employees, the man had a most impressive references. But after a bit of research that I didn't find the existence of any publication with the eventual correlation on this or the other side of the Atlantic. The man left London shortly after his pitch, it would seem. I cannot help but think that he has perhaps returned to London and has found someone who might furnish him with what he's looking for.
Excellent. This American could turn out to be of great use to use.
That's right, and that's not all. I did some research and finally found an illness that affects the genitalia and can, in certain cases, cause facial symptoms resembling the mutilations seen on the last victim. It is called, would you believe?
Syphilis?
Syphilis and the emaciation that can be seen in affected children. I have known that for days, Watson.
How did Watson not know about that? He's a
Listen,
doctor.
now you're already here, Watson. We may as well continue the investigation. Do you remember the map on which we established the area in which our killer lives? I think we should continue our study.
Actually, that's a good point. Watson really should have been able to identify, or not, maybe not identify, but like suggest the possibility of syphilis, like knowing the state of that one corpse that like had the missing eyelids and nose and like cheek thing. Like if that's like such a common, like the effacement issue, the other doctor knew about it. So why doesn't Watson know about it? He could have suggested like, oh, well, maybe the murderer did it, but it also could be syphilis. Could have been a new thing back then. I don't know. The other guy knew about it, so. Continue our study on the map. Okay. Are we going to... Where are we going? We're just going to the map.
Well, I discovered the case of another murder before that of Bucks Row. It happened in George Yard. We shall put it on the map in order to see if it corresponds to our area of research. We must place the murder of Martha Tabram in George Yard on the map.
Oh, what do you know? It's right here.
That is where Martha Tabram's murder took place. There's no point going there. I already have all the information we need on that matter.
It's within
you see,
the area.
This murder took place in the area in which our killer lives, his safe zone. Nonetheless, there are two major differences between the murder of this Martha Tabram and that of Polly Nichols. Firstly, the blows inflicted are not the same.
And the second difference?
It follows on from a doctor's opinion. He claims two weapons might have been used, and if there is one group of people we absolutely must not trust in this business, it's doctors. Don't you agree, Watson?
Watch it, Holmes.
Tabram's murder took place in an area where the murderer, whose cowardice is clear, was able to make a quick getaway, that is to say, near his home. For his second murder, he would have wanted to go further afield, so the police would not link these two cases. And as for the other murders, seeing the ineffectiveness of his last one, he headed in different directions to kill his victims while still staying in the vicinity and without going any further than necessary, and all the while planning his escape.
Mm-hmm.
My dear Watson, we now know what this man looks like, in what area he lives, and that he suffered directly or indirectly from syphilis. Let's not forget the anatomical knowledge he must almost certainly possess. Given his lower-class background, a butcher seems very likely. However, it may be the case that the man was a butcher once, but is no longer. He might also have been a medical assistant. Who knows? That's why we need the testimonies of the other Joseph and Dr. Tumblety in order to be certain.
What shall we do, Holmes?
As the police's cooperation is futile and can be ruled out, we have nothing to do but wait. Watson, wait, and hope we see one of these two men before the killer strikes again.
Wait, why does he think that the killer has syphilis?
At last, a long day's work done. How are you doing, Holmes?
Fine, Watson, just fine.
I suppose you still haven't heard any news from Whitechapel?
No, Watson.
It's been almost a month now. Who knows? Our killer may have brought justice upon himself, overcome by remorse and ignominy for his actions.
Not a chance, Watson.
You haven't done anything about the story of a kidney that was sent in the post and reported by the papers. Why not?
The killer left a message on one occasion with the intention of harming. The letter accompanying this package served no purpose other than to give value to its recipient and arouse disgust against its sender. The killer has never done anything for nothing. In order to authenticate the Galston Street message, he left an indisputable piece of evidence. Can we really say as much about this kidney?
I don't know. All I know is that there are letters piling up on your desk. Isn't it time to move on to another case?
Absolutely not, Watson. I think that the other Joseph is reluctant to meet me. The man he saw must certainly have put the fear of God in him, a man well known for his violence and his hatred towards Jews. There can't be any shortage of those in Whitechapel. I have hope yet. As for Dr. Tumblety...
We found him, Mr. Holmes. We found him.
Who's that?
Dr. Bumblebee. He's been locked up by the bobbies, but they've let him loose. Oi, he was looking round like a rat who's scared of his own shadow. He's gonna do a run at years.
Watson, this is our chance. The game is afoot. Let's hope that Tumblety will go to collect his trunk. As for you, my little friends, thank you for lifting this burden that has been on my shoulders for almost a month.
A chase? A chase! As revenge could be a motive. Oh, he's just assuming that though? Or is he like actually just deciding that that's what it is? First outbreak of syphilis in Europe was around 1494 in Naples. But you guys are saying it wasn't really well known until 1905? Well, I don't know. I guess Watson can have a pass for it as he's kind of like, I don't know. I don't know. The other doctor knows about it, so I feel like Watson should know about it too. Where are we going? Where are we going? Are we just going to the police station? Let's hope the Tumblety will go collect his trunk. Oh, at his home, maybe? Where he stayed? Or he stayed at the boarding house. Yeah, there was a big trunk there, that's right.
He is here. The doctor is here, up in his room. Peeking through my door, I saw him go up the stairs, and I think that he has a pistol.
Regarding the trunk, did you do what I told you to?
Yes, I jammed the lock and filled the trunk with stones. Should we call the police?
Absolutely not. Go home, lock your doors, and if you hear a gunshot, shout as loudly as you can. Watson, we must disarm this man at all costs before attempting to confront him. Come, have your pistol at the ready and stay alert.
Take some caffeine pills, Watson. The game is super duper afoot. What happened to my cool ladder that I built? It's gone. Oh,
Don't move a muscle or I shoot.
Who? But what is going on?
Bravo, Watson. I take back everything I ever said about your
No,
less
Watson,
than
don't
full
do it.
involvement in our investigations.
Listen, Mr. Policeman.
It was a warning
I
shot.
already told everything to your colleagues at the station, so...
Don't you believe it, sir. We're not with the police. We are here to talk about human organs, an area in which you seem to have a great deal of interest.
What? But who are you?
We are the ones holding the pistol. Listen, Tumblety, tell us everything you know and you will be spared from the noose or a bullet. Have you tried to get hold of any female genitalia from someone during these past months?
So that's it. You English. Listen, as it happens, I do have a collection of female genital organs which I hold dear and never miss the chance to show my friends whatever the occasion. If you knew what I feel when my eyes meet the young men's as they contemplate with astonishment and disgust this soft and flabby skin that they worship and place at the center of all their passions. Women repulse me, gentlemen. They are one of nature's greatest mistakes. Lying, haughty, and most of all, nauseating. No, sirs. Men, mankind, We are not made to soil ourselves with such animals, and it is my task to educate my peers, like the ancient Greeks used to do, and put them on the path to masculine relationships, the only kind worthy of our intelligence.
My God, this man has lost his marbles, Holmes.
You haven't answered my question. Did you attempt to obtain any female organs?
Indeed, but a long time ago. I was living in Liverpool at the time. A few of my specimens were starting to lose their freshness. But despite the sum proposed, the heads of the university hospitals refused to accede to my demands. The fear of what others would say, certainly. I know nothing more similar to an arrogant fowl than an English doctor. Yakety yak, always
Don't
showing
talk
off
back.
in the courtyard with their haughty airs. And as soon as...
Shut it, Tumblety. So, was it you who killed all of these women? Yes or no?
I regret to say that it was not. If I had really wanted a few more uteri, I would have had them brought in from the United States, where it would cost me much less than here. Or I would have shown a few gold coins in the hallways of a morgue or a hospital in London, and they would have kissed my feet to sell them to me. And not taken the least risk. But kidneys are all the latest, aren't they? I think that I could find one tomorrow for less than £1. In short, gentlemen, I do not know your killer, and I don't know why he's doing that. But if you come across him one day, please send him my friendship and my deepest respect.
You've gone too far this time.
Come, Watson, let's not get carried away now. Thank you for your assistance, Doctor. If I may offer some advice, you should leave England as soon as possible. Each day that you remain in this country is a risk that an intelligent man would not take.
My pistol?
Without that, it will be even more risky.
Wow.
Can we believe
a dead
this man,
end? How
Holmes?
surprising.
He can't be the murderer, and his story regarding the organs fits. But we can't afford to take the slightest risk. I will ask the Baker Street irregulars to follow him. Listen, lads, when Tumblety leaves here, follow him discreetly and come and tell me as early as possible tomorrow where he is currently residing. Understood?
Understood, Captain.
You are already ready, Holmes. What is going on?
I have been waiting for you for at least an hour, Watson. It would appear that a new drama has unfolded. The youngsters came to give me this address, but I have some doubt as to the actual location we are going to. Let's try anyway. At worst, we may come across the Baker Street irregulars to put us in the right direction.
We are lost, Holmes.
No, we're not, Watson. We are heading for the very street I'd hoped for, but as I wasn't sure it was this one, I've made a few big detours in order to find the right one. I'll know it when I see the name.
Why, of course, Holmes. Why didn't I think of that? The great Sherlock Holmes can't...
Get lost? Of course not. Wow, man, what dumb luck. What a coincidence and just bad, rotten luck that there was another uterine collector in London out on the streets in the same time that Mr. Ripper is going around ripping them out.
How are you, my friend? Are you not feeling well?
It's a shame.
No,
My friend is a doctor. He can take care of you.
don't go there. He came here and he...
Now, Watson, take care of him.
Miller's Court. Are we gonna find an actual, like, fresh murder scene? Wow, even Holmes is taken aback.
My God!
What happened?
Can't talk. Wait for the coppers. Are they coming?
Oh my
My eyes are
gosh.
crying.
My eyes are crying.
No.
Go find them too, mister. I'll stay here and keep an eye out. Go!
No, I must await my friend. Ah, here he is.
Watson, are you there? How are you?
Fine, Holmes, and you? What happened?
Hello, sir. Where are we, Watson?
In Whitechapel, Holmes. This must be Dorset Street. You don't seem very well. Do you need something?
Indeed, Watson. Some clay, a great big piece of clay. I would ask for some wine, too, but as you know, I taste nothing but melodrama.
What is over there?
A trip from which you will never return, Watson. Trust me, don't go there.
A trip? Behind this door? In this room?
It's not strictly a door, it's more of a portal, a threshold, and what lies behind it is not the mortal realm, Watson. It is a place beyond time and space, the gift of a frantic artist who made use of his talent in order to grant us access to his world, Watson. Beyond that threshold is an abyss. Hell. The police won't take long to arrive, and the last thing I want is to waste precious time on them. Could you lead me out of this area and take me home?
That'd be funny if it like fades into the Awakened game now. We find out that just Cthulhu was Jack the Ripper, and now Sherlock's going mad.
I have nothing to ask.
Wow, what in the heck did he see in there?
I have no reason to go that way.
It's not going to tell us, is it?
Let's go to Baker Street.
Okay. Are we gonna sculpt
You
it
should
this
come
time?
and eat, Holmes. Mrs. Hudson has worked wonders. The joint has been cooked medium rare. If only you would tell me what was in the courtyard.
You don't want to know.
The answer, Watson.
The answer, Holmes?
Yes, the answer to a question that you asked me a few weeks ago.
And how the devil can the answer to a question I asked you be found in that courtyard? And what question are you referring to, Holmes?
Who is Jack the Ripper?
How our killer set about reaching the height of horror by taking another victim, Watson.
What?
Did I not tell you that I wanted to avoid melodrama?
Do you mean to say that...
Yes, that's what was in that room. You helped towards the colour. All that's missing is the odour, but I shall let that pass. The mutilations almost all resulted in large removals of flesh. My photographic memory noted them all in great detail, the shape, size and location, and thanks to the softness of this clay and your medical knowledge, I believe we can attempt to determine what is missing from this lady.
Don't you think we should wait for the medical examiner's opinion?
Surely not, Watson. This massacre has gone on long enough. I can assure you that I will do everything in my power to get our hands on Jack the Ripper before this night is out.
Did Watson just throw up fake blood on this thing? I don't know if that's what would come out if you drank some wine.
Watson, we shall reconstruct the body of this poor woman and inspect it in detail as well.
That's
Your
what he
help
saw
as a
in
medical
there.
man will
Oh
be
my
invaluable.
Holmes, I feel a bit unwell.
Well, I understand. I will manage on my own. Her throat was slit just
Now
like
it
the
looks
others.
more like-
The wound is particularly deep.
But it's a spilled glass. Like, they have a picture of a spilled glass there, so we know that it's wine, but obviously that's not what happened. Replaced organs. Oh, wait, what? Are we playing Operation now?
There were incisions in the rib cage as if to inspect the lungs.
Booby number 1. Booby number 2. I don't know what this is. Right, kidney. Uterus.
The liver was neatly removed.
Liver goes somewhere in there. Uh-huh.
Her throat was slit just like the others. The wound is particularly deep.
Mm-hmm. Lots of cuts, though. Is there more? Oh. Oh. Okay. Spleen. Is that the heart?
An organ is missing, apparently. I must
Oh, no.
specify which organ this is on my list.
Heart.
There we are, Watson. We have examined everything.
Did he
The
build
heart
all
is
those
the only thing missing. 2 uteri, a
with
kidney,
clay?
and now a heart. He had all the time he wanted in which to disfigure her, cut her up like a piece of meat, and yet took nothing but the heart. What do you think of that, Watson? Watson?
Come on, Watson, you're a doctor.
What?
Like, yeah, it's gruesome, but like, haven't you done surgeries and stuff, or like, no, maybe not.
I dread to think how you'd react if you
Wasn't
saw
even a real
corpse.
body.
I'm returning to Whitechapel,
Exactly.
Watson, to Isaacs. If the heart tells you to come with me, if the heart tells you a little wordplay there. Let's go to the cobbler's.
I find that a little hard to believe that Watson would be that sickened by like just like a fake clay corpse. Like it's yeah, it's gruesome, but it's not like a real one. I mean, come on. Come on, man.
Let's go to the cobbler's.
Beep, beep. Evening,
Beep, beep.
Mr. Holmes.
Watson's a family physician. He only deals with stuff he knows is in the occasional bout of diarrhea. Yeah, I guess so. But he was in the war. He's seen war injuries at the very least.
Good evening, Hardyman. Has Abraham Solomonovich still not reopened his shop?
No, not that I know of.
Have you heard anything about the latest murder?
Certainly there is talk of nothing else. Poor girl. I hope they catch the bastard who did it.
Who do you think that could be?
A madman, that's for sure. Everyone in the area is pinning it on a Jew. But I don't believe that for a second.
Why?
Because Jews don't like blood, you see. They're not allowed to eat it, and they have to drain the meat before cooking it. It's true that they eat animals, but they are fanatical about all kinds of silly things. I don't know much about their rituals and all, but I know that a Jewish butcher can't just do whatever he pleases with his knife. He has strict kosher rules to follow.
You seem to be very well informed.
Well, I buy my meat from them too. My clients don't care whether the meat comes from Jews or not. Cats eat it regardless. And let me tell you, I'd go as far as to say that I may even have more faith in a Jew, because even if they don't eat all the offals, a Jew inspects them to see if the animal was in good health. Lungs, for the most part, and as they make up most of my cat's meat, you can see the connection, right?
Sure.
Jews are allowed to eat offals?
Yes. They eat calves' kidneys, I think.
How big is that? A calf's kidney?
Ah, well, that depends if it's fresh or if it's been marinated in brine or cooked.
When fresh, are they as big as a human kidney?
They would be, yes.
You know, Mr. Hardyman, it's lucky for both of us that the murder that took place in your mother's courtyard was only the Whitechapel killer's third. Had it been the first, I wouldn't be thanking you, as I'm doing now, for all of this important information. Goodbye and take care.
If you say so. Right, farewell, Mr. Holmes.
Let's go to the cobbler's.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Solomonovich.
Evening, Mr. Holmes. If you've come about the business of my cousin, I hate to say...
Oh, thank you for the 9 months, Evis. Sorry I missed that. Celebration of the fine art of detecting. How's it going? It's going. Hoping we're getting towards the end here. Do you guys eat offal?
Before you respond to my request, I must ask you to answer this question of the utmost importance. What offals are Jews allowed to eat?
Well, the same as you.
Kidney, heart, liver?
Yes.
How are they prepared?
Kidneys are boiled, heart is often finely sliced and cooked on a skewer, and liver is always grilled.
These offals, do they come from cattle?
Yes, beef or veal.
And eating non-kosher food would be a grave affair for a Jew, isn't that right?
Yes, it would be very serious. But what are you getting at?
If I were to tell you what I'm thinking, Mr. Solomonovich, you would pull out your own eardrums to not hear the end of my sentence. It goes against the beliefs of hundreds of members of your community, and for some, perhaps even worse. I will ask you one last time before involving the authorities, who I assure you will be far less discreet than myself. Do you know who the second Joseph is, the Aldgate butcher, who your cousin knows from the Imperial Club?
His name is Joseph Hyam Levy, but I don't know where he lives. I know nothing about him, other than he's a member of the Imperial Club on Duke Street.
That street is after Church Passage, coming from Mitre Square, am I right?
That's it.
Thank you. You have been an enormous help to both of us. Now, listen carefully. I need you to find 4 or 5 strong men among the members of your family who you trust wholeheartedly, and to wait here with them until my arrival, or you receive a message from me. Is that clear?
But if you will tell me...
Later, Mr. Solomonovich. Later. Let's go to the Imperial Club.
At least tell him what's going to happen when you get there and why there needs to be 5 strong men. At least tell him that. Come on. Did he say go to Mitre Square?
Ah, there's the Imperial Club. Let's see if I can find Joseph Hyam Levy. Hello, sir.
Hello. Can I help you, sir?
Indeed. I have an urgent message for Mr. Joseph Levy, the Aldgate butcher.
I regret, sir, but Mr. Levy is not at the club at present. You can wait for him if you wish.
I thank you. Do you know where I can find him? His home address, perhaps? It is a very urgent matter.
I am sorry, sir, but we do not give out information regarding the club members to people outside the group.
I understand.
Are we going to join
I
the
must
group?
find a way to enter the Imperial Club without having to go through the entrance hall.
It's time to be sneaky.
This may come in handy.
A broken hanger.
Judging by the sound of voices and applause, there is a meeting going on at this very moment. I'll have to be very cautious.
Pardon me, sir, but the club is only open to members.
I must find a way to enter the Imperial Club.
Imperial Club. Today, Friday, November 9th. 9 p.m. informational meeting, Naturalism. How to become a citizen of Her Majesty. The process and its implications. Club members action. 10 p.m. Open evening with musical accompaniment, classical and traditional pieces. Mr. Blum piano. Mr. Schatz violin. Lovely. Okay, maybe we go... Oh, here's something else.
A note encouraging members of the Jewish community to remain prudent and vigilant after rumors about the Whitechapel murders.
Chief Rabbi reminder. The Whitechapel murders weigh on our community heavily. Consequently, an exemplary conduct must be shown now more than ever, as well as increased vigilance. Jewish establishments such as synagogues, shops, and clubs are likely to become targets. All incidents must be stifled as much as possible. Okay. Well, is there a back entrance?
There's a cellar window behind this barrel, which is preventing me from passing.
So move it.
Coal. It's a service door and firmly locked. There must be a stockroom in the cellar beneath this room. If I can just get into the coal cellar, I shall be in the place. This barrel is on a wooden pallet, but it is too heavy to be moved. I will need a pivot.
Pivot? I mean, this isn't big enough, is it?
I will need a pivot.
No. Obviously not. Oh, here we go. Whoa.
I will need a pivot.
I use... Okay, use this first.
There we are. My pivot is in place. Now, let's find something to tip over this barrel. I should be able to make it tip over.
Can't you just push it? Whatever. Must be filled with cement or something.
Closed. The cellar window is locked from the inside by a simple iron hook.
Oh, okay. So we can use this as like a...
Let's go.
Let's go.
Good. Let's try to find the exit that leads to the club.
Bucket. No?
I have no reason to go that way.
Ooh.
This may come in handy.
Heck yeah, it will. The key.
Empty tin cans.
Ooh.
Closed.
Anything else in here?
Closed.
That must be the entranceway, right?
No, that's not such a good idea. There's a meeting taking place. The kitchen. It's closed, and besides, I won't find what I'm looking for in there. Administration. Perfect. This must be where the information on club members is kept. Administration. Perfect. Let's hope that it really is the key to this door. Administration. Perfect. This must be where the A page from an old Yiddish English dictionary. Court's proceedings. Curious.
Judgment. New Court, Tuesday, April 6th. Before Mr. Recorder, 419. Morris, Phyllis, 30. Moss, Wolf, 16. And Jacob Levy, 30. Stealing 14-pound of meat of Hyman Sampson, the master of Phillips and Wolf. Mr. Kluwer prosecuted. Mr. Moister appeared for Phillips. Mr. Black for Wolf. And Mr. Geoghegan for Levy. Samuel Bacon, City Policeman 941. I received information from my inspector, and on 10th March at 6:15 a.m., I was watching the persecuted shop. Phillips came to the door and knocked, got answer, and went away. About 2 minutes afterwards, Levy came out of his shop door, which is next door. A post divides them. He knocked at Mr. Sampson's door and went back in at his own door, came out again a minute or two, unscrewed the bolt of his shutter bar, and then looked around and knocked at Mr. Sampson's door again. There being no answer, he went down the street 10 or 12 yards to the corner of Stony Lane. Phillips joined him. They conversed and went back to Mr. Sampson's door. Phillips knocked and Levy went in at his own door. The door was open. Phillips went in and turned up the gas. Levy came out of his shop and went into Mr. Sampson's shop, where he had a conversation with Phillips. He came back in about a minute and went into his own shop, where I saw Wolf, who brought a piece of meat from the back of the shop to the door, hung it on the hook just inside the door, and then came out on the footway, looked around, took the meat off the hook, and took it quickly in at Lewis's door, gave it to Lewis. He then returned to Sampson's shop, ran into Levy's shop, caught hold of him with the meat in his hand, and asked him where he was going with it. He said, "We are only having a lark. I'm going to weigh it." I said I did not believe it. I should take him to Mr. Sampson, which I did, and then he took him to the station, where he repeated that he was only a lark. I found 321 10 S90 in his pocket. The meat was 14 pounds of beef. I had been watching since 5:15. It was perfectly light outside at 6:15, but not inside Levy's shop, there being no gas. Cross-examined by Mr. Black, I was in the same building opposite, lying among some bricks and rubbish, but not within hearing distance. I could not see who opened the door, as the shutters were not down, but Phillips turned the gas up afterwards, and were both in plain clothes. Wolf sleeps on the premises. James Jones, City Policeman 39935. I was with Bacon. I have heard his evidence and collaborated. I went into Sampson's shop and saw Phillips and Wolf. I told him I was a police officer and should take them in custody for stealing a piece of beef. Phillips said, "I know nothing about it. I came from the back of the shop." Wolf said, "I knew nothing about it. I took them to the station." Cross-examined by Mr. Black, Wolf did not say, "I know nothing about it." I correct myself. He made no reply. Cross-examined by Mr. Geoghegan, did not go into Levy's shop, nor did I see him as the shutters were up. There may have been a quantity of meat in the background. Hyman Sampson. I'm a butcher of 35 Middlesex Street. Phillips and Wolf were my servants. Phillips about 3 months and Wolf about 2 or 3.5 years. I had spoken to the police on the 10th March, 5 o'clock. I went to the market I was sent for and came back and found the 3 prisoners in custody. The police asked Levy what he intended to do with it. He said that the boy bought it for a lark and then said, Mr. Sampson, you are not going to do anything with me. The meat was worth 7S. Cross-examined by Mr. Moister, Phillips slept at the shop on Wednesdays and Thursdays. He was a Wednesday morning where he could sleep away at the shop on Thursday night. Cross-examined by Mr. Black, I discharged Wolf once and took him back again. I had a place in Goldstone Street for 19 years. I know Bindwell, butcher. I took Wolf from his employment. I never asked the character. He was a little boy. I've never found fault with him before. Do I really need to read all of this? Cross-examined by Mr. Guillaume Levy was before I came. He was not taking customers from me. I have no animosity against him. I have met him out of business hours. This was not the best meat at 60 a pound. I have some at 11D. Levy has never chafed me and said that his meat was better than mine. He buys from the same killer as I do. I sell more expensive meat than he does, but there has been no joking about it, nor did we ever bet about it. The Jewish authorities will not give a man a license unless he has an excellent character. I have accused my wife of robbing me. I did not find out that she had a separate banking account. I did not accuse her before Phillips came into my service. I may have said that the police court that I accused her 12 months ago. I have not said that if Levy would leave his shop, I could not carry on the prosecution against him. I would not let him off for 10,000 pound, right? Re-examined at 6:15 a.m. My 5 employees were on the premises. Levy received a good character. Phillips not guilty. Wolf guilty. Recommended to mercy by the jury. 4 months hard labor. God, why did I just read that? God, that was so long. Why did I have to read that? Hello, Andy. How are you?
Some square metal tokens. Curious. There is a document.
Sir, I wanted to let you know that if your club needed kosher meat when you have any special functions, I'd be available to furnish you for some, guaranteed by a complaint abattoir. It'll be delivered directly to your society anytime that's convenient. Reasonable prices. Do not hesitate to call upon my services, Jacob Levy. Refused on the advice of Joseph Levy. Huh.
There must have been litigation between Joseph Hyam Levy and Jacob Levy.
Yeah.
This must be the club's safe. What I'm looking for is probably inside. I need something.
These things?
This must be the club's safe. What I'm looking for... The lock on this chest is very sophisticated.
Oh, God. Well, I don't know. I'm just gonna try and match them up, I guess. Can I turn these? What does this do?
No, that's not it.
Oh, that's just to open it. Okay. No, I don't know if I'm doing this right. I'm just trying to match, you know, all of the things up. I assume that's what it is, but I guess I could be very wrong. Is there one even on this side that looks like that? No. Okay, that might mean that that's on the side then. And... that's not the same. Fudge. No.
Elementary.
Got him.
I need something.
What do you need? Book?
These documents contain some words in Yiddish, which reads from right to left.
Come on, he just did a puzzle. Okay, Yiddish reads from right to left. Okay. We know from Kabbalah the power of gematria that enables us to count everything in the worlds, seen and unseen. Thus, we know that Lester counts as 439, and he is blessed because 439 is also bleh, which means the man of God. Dear Joseph, I did the counting of names for our club members, which is as follows. Mr. Bath is 403. Bet 2, Aleph 1, and Thav 400. Mr. Hammer is 356. High 5, Aleph 1, Mem 40, Mem 40, Ain 70, and Reach 200. Sincerely yours. Please tell Mr. Mural that provided his name is spelled as bleh. Oh, for gosh sakes. Okay. What exactly are we trying to figure out? Am I decoding? What am I decoding? What am I doing? I have no idea what I'm actually trying to find out. Am I just putting letters on these books? Is that all I'm doing? H is 5? Wait, so this is H? Well, I know I need to find out what this one is. This like weird Y looking one, because that's one of the ones I don't know. So if this is mural, then, you know, it'd be like reading this way. But don't exactly know how I could get, like, I don't know how to get from here to there. Like what actual, I don't know how to get the actual letter that it goes with. Unless I try to match, like it can't be, there's no vowels or whatever. So does that mean that it has to be like L? Right. So that means that is A. That is E. Okay, so. But then, okay, no, that's just E, right? It's just E? Even though we're not supposed to use vowels? I guess? We used A though, so I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine. So then how do we figure out what L is? Because there's no help for that one. Just by the amount of numbers. So we have 270, we have 310. So Okay, so we need 36 more, I think, right? So then we have to could just find out what equals 36 and try and guess to figure out whatever this one is. Maybe. I still am a little foggy on like how. Okay, I think this one. So what about would. Is it maybe we can also use you? But how do we figure out how much you is worth? Hockey stick icon equals 6th. Okay, you're saying what I'm thinking right now, I think, Andy. Yeah, okay, so that one is you. 30 plus 6 are the symbols we need. Okay. Yeah. One of them has to be you. Does it turn green if I put... No, okay, so I've gotten them all right so far. Okay, and then... Squiggly squiggles. We're not missing any letters in that one. So is this one? Wait. No, we didn't do L yet, so it has to be L.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Now,
okay.
on to the next step.
Never mind. Good Lord. Okay. Joseph Levy. Born in Aldgate, 1841. Membership, April 14th, 1887. Home address, 36 Middlesex Street, Aldgate. Profession, self-employed butcher at 1 Hutchinson Street, Aldgate. Dues, 10 shillings, 6 pence, 11 shillings, 1887. Cool. Good job. Good job, chat.
Here we are.
Too.
I have the address of this Joseph Hyam Levy.
That was a
36 Middlesex
puzzle.
Street. Now, let's try to get out of here without being seen.
That was like 2 puzzles right in a row. My brain was not ready for that. Okay. Can we just teleport or do we have to like actually leave? Do I have anything in my inventory? No.
The kitchen. I can't get out through the window. It's blocked and appears to be reinforced. I'll have to find another way out. Blast! My exit has been sealed off. The barrel was replaced. I'll have to find another way.
Blast it all. Oh, now we get to use these things. I thought they were gonna be clickable. No. So we're gonna put the bucket on the guy's head, right? And then we're just gonna walk past him like in Skyrim. Right?
I need something.
You need what? Oh, we're gonna cause a distraction. Okay. Make a noise trap? What are we doing? What are we doing, Holmes?
I need something. I need something. I need something.
Okay. Rope.
I need something.
Bucket.
I need something. I need something.
Could you just tell me what your freaking plan is? Sometimes they don't know.
Closed.
Sometimes they really just... Oh, wait. Are we going to do like a close the door? knock the thing over? Or what?
I need something.
What? Did I miss an item somewhere?
No, that's not a good idea. The watchman is still there.
Is there something else in here?
I can't get out through the window.
Uh-huh, yep.
This may come in handy.
Okay. A candlestick? Of course, that needs to be there for some reason.
I need something.
Okay, now can we do things?
I need something.
Okay, I can use the other end of the rope
Closed.
somewhere. Bucket?
I need something. I need something.
What do you want from me, Holmes?
I need something.
Matches?
I need something.
I don't understand what he's even planning. Is there anything else down here that I missed? Just want to make sure I got everything.
Closed.
He doesn't say...
Closed. Closed. Closed.
See, I thought he would be maybe like tying the rope to something else.
I need something.
And then like when he shuts the door, something happens. But...
I need something. I need something.
none of the I need somethings. Oh! Oh!
I need something.
Oh, always look up in video games. Always look up in video games,
I need
chat.
something. I need something.
Shut up. Okay, same thing, but that instead of the door. Okay, police. Yes, okay. Okay. Are we good?
Now let's quickly hide in administration.
A little more elaborate than what I was thinking. Like, I thought we would just rig it up to the door and I would just open the door and it would do, but I guess then we wouldn't have time to hide. So, Sherlock Holmes knows best, you guys. Huh? Must have been the wind.
Let's visit Joseph Levy at 36 Middlesex Street.
Okay, yes, whatever you say, Holmes. 36 Middlesex.
Here I am in Middlesex Street. Let's find number 36.
Is this Cat's Meat guy again? No. That's regular pot stand.
Hot tater, sir. No worms, and that's my guarantee.
That makes it sound very appetizing when you advertise that there's no worms in it. Yeah, that makes me want it even more. Knock, 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 knock. Beep, beep.
Hello, sir. What do you want?
Hello, Ma'am. I would like to speak with Mr. Levy. Do you know if he's in?
I am Mrs. Levy, his wife. He's not arrived yet.
Do you know when he'll be in?
No idea. You know, he works at the butcher's and helps at the slaughterhouse. It often happens that he doesn't come in until early morning and then leaves right away.
Well, listen. As soon as your husband Joseph returns, tell him that...
My husband isn't called Joseph.
You aren't the wife of Joseph Hyam Levy?
No, of course not. I'm the wife of Jacob Levy.
Oh.
Mr. Hyam Levy used to live here with his parents, but he moved.
What was that?
Mommy,
door?
Mommy,
Oh.
who is the man that you are talking to?
Oh my god, that kid.
But This poor child has syphilis. He carries the mark on his face.
Leave us, children.
He just looks horribly
Get back inside with your brothers and
disfigured.
sisters.
Yes, Mother.
It looks like someone smashed him in the face with a
As I was saying,
giant mace
Mr.
or something.
Levy doesn't live here. He works in a butcher's near Aldgate, but I don't know exactly where. But if you find him, he will surely live next door. Butchers always live near their work.
Could you possibly give him a message on my behalf?
I don't see him often, and, well, even though we know him, we aren't on friendly terms, you see?
Is he bothering you, Mummy?
No, Simon, not at all.
That's a handsome boy you have. It's strange that he has light hair.
He takes after his father. Strong, with light hair.
Wait, he sounds familiar to me. A man of about 50 years old, very big, at least 6 feet tall, and left-handed, correct?
You are mistaken yet again. My husband is only 32 years old, no taller than 5'3", and he's right-handed.
Obviously, there are many levies in the area. I will leave you, and I pray that you will excuse the disturbance. Perhaps we will have the pleasure of meeting again. Farewell, Mom.
Goodbye, sir.
That was so awkward. Like, nobody would ever have that conversation. But she just did give all the characteristics of the
Daddy!
killer. The supposed
I must
killer.
return to Baker Street. Let's go to Baker Street.
Daddy!
Well, Watson, not looking so good.
Whose fault is that, Holmes? If you hadn't shown me your masterpiece in clay.
Some actions have much larger repercussions than would be assumed at first glance. Listen, Watson, in a few minutes I will leave Baker Street in order to meet Jack the Ripper and put an end to his crimes. Beforehand, I want to go over all our discoveries to assure myself that everything is clear.
Jack the Ripper? You know the identity of Jack the Ripper?
No.
Without a shadow of a doubt, Watson, and I assure you that we are in possession of all the elements required to determine who Jack the Ripper is. Would you like to do this work with me?
Are they actually going to make somebody be Jack the Ripper? Because Sherlock can't be
we are
wrong.
still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson.
That would surprise me if they actually are. Okay. Ay. Oh, God, I have to move my face for these. Whoa. All right, a piece of Edo's white apron was cut out. Edo's piece of apron was found in Gloucester Street near the message accusing the Jews. Whitechapel killer left a message accusing the Jews, accusing them. Jack the Ripper wants to accuse someone. Jack the Ripper wants a score to settle. He wants to put the police on the wrong track. He has a score to settle. Edo's nose was cut. Eyelids were cut. Cheeks were slashed. Syphilis deforms the face. Wanted to rip the faces off. Wanted to disfigure his last victim. Wanted to give his last victims the appearance of syphilis. Gave her the appearance of syphilis. Oh. I thought she just had it. Jack the Ripper wants us to compare him to a terminal illness. Ooh. He seems like he suffers from syphilis. He was confronted by syphilis. Really? He was confronted with syphilis? Okay, sure. Annie Chapman's rings were worthless. Murderer stole rings, they were worthless. Searched Chapman, searched Edo's. He was looking for money or objects of value. He was looking for something the victim stole from him. He was setting up a ritual around the bodies. He was looking for money. Okay. The Whitechapel killer is poor. He's a fetishist. He collects trophies. He's poor. Right-handed or left-handed? He's right-handed. 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 Wounds on her neck revealed the murderer's right-handed. Jack the Ripper is right-handed. Wow. Yes. There is no organ trafficking in London. By the way, I'm right-handed. This is my left hand, but I am right-handed. Many of MJ Kelly's organs were detached. MJ Kelly's lungs were subject to incisions. Edo's liver and lungs underwent small incisions. The killer hesitated on which organs to remove. The killer wanted to verify the health. The killer kept going at his victims. Hesitated for organs. He wanted to verify the health of his victims? I don't understand that. Can we go over the right-handed conclusion again? I'm not sure about it. MJ Kelly's heart was removed the same way as the other murders. Her uterus was removed. Kidney and uterus removed. Victims each had a deformity. Jack the Ripper removed the victim's organs when he could. He lost the organs of some of his victims when he examined them. He removed them when he could. Okay. The same butcher's knife was used in the crimes. MJ Kelly's murderer has a knowledge of anatomy. Murderer cut open her throat. Used a weapon of great size. This is going to be the butcher. Butcher. He has a large knife collection. He's a scientist. Wasn't he supposed to be a lumberjack? Come on, game. Make up your mind. Whitechapel Killer has had the time to kill Stride and Eddowes. Kelly had her throat slit the same way as the other victims. Murderer is unfeeling and organized. Eddowes and Stride's murder may be one and the same. Eddowes held a thimble in her hand. Chapman was holding an envelope. Offered a gift to each of the victims before killing them. Diverted their attention. He diverted their attention. He made them get something out of their pockets. Okay, Nichols was dead before being stretched out and having her throat slit. Nichols was strangled. Chapman was partially strangled. Chapman murdered took place on the premises. Chapman's murderer was unfeeling and organized. Nichols' killer is a strong man. Killer is a strong man. Whitechapel Killer proceeded in the same way. Whitechapel Killer must have been accompanied. The killer extorted his victims. Whitechapel Killer proceeded in the same way, apparently. Whitechapel Killer at the time. Okay. It's the same man who killed Stride and Eddowes. Is not the same man. I think it's the same man. It's not. It is the same man. Jack the Ripper possesses great physical force. He's a corpulent man or a tall man. He's short. He possesses great physical force. He could not have committed these 5 murders, or he definitely killed them all.
Perfect, Watson.
Definitely.
Let's determine who Jack the Ripper is, Watson.
What? Really? Are we really gonna? Oh, this is adorable. Where? What? Wait, what?
There is nothing more to do here.
Wait, where's the thing you were just telling me to look at? Oh, here it is.
Thus, we have 5 suspects.
Whoa.
Let's add the elements that correspond to each of them.
Wait, Abraham is a suspect? Okay. A lot of these people don't fit the... Like, we know it's not Tumblety. Syphilis is Jacob Levy. Wait, there's way more than this? Oh my god. What? Wait, we have to know all of these? He's poor. Okay, I can get that one. Poor. Apparently James Hardiman is also a suspect. Holmes didn't tell me about that. Those 2 are poor. Abraham isn't poor, right? He's got a business, so I wouldn't call him poor. He was confronted with syphilis. Definitely him. I think that's the only one. He was a butcher. He wasn't a butcher? Oh, I thought he was in the past. Or what did he say he was in the past? He was something in the past. Jack the Ripper has a score to settle with the community. Oh no, wait, James Hardiman was confronted with syphilis. His kid and wife died from syphilis, right? Right-handed. They're all right-handed right now. Whitechapel killer is or was a butcher. Who has it? I mean, apparently this guy has a score to settle. I don't think any of these other people said anything about... Does Francis hate the Jewish community? No, I couldn't remember. Jack the Ripper possesses great physical force. Not him. I mean, this guy. Maybe that guy. not those guys. I didn't think so. Workman's clothes. Jacob Levy. No, not him. Okay. Oh, there we go. Jack the Ripper lives in the ward of Aldgate. 5 feet 3 inches tall. Do we actually know how tall the rest of these people are? I don't think so. Did we measure them all? I can't even put it there anyways. Lives in the ward of Aldgate. Just gonna... It's weird that I have 5 of each of these things to use. Murderer has light-colored hair and mustache. Oh, he doesn't have a mustache. I mean, his is gray. This guy doesn't have a mustache. He's got too big of a... This guy has dark hair. I think... Okay, I've been through all of them, but I'm still missing something here. Do some of these other people live in Aldgate? Did I check that? Maybe I checked it already. Abraham. Oh, Abraham was the butcher first. Okay. I'm definitely missing that then. Aha. Okay. What does the game think he's poor too? Oh, it does. Okay. This guy's rich, so he's... Does he have a score to settle? No. Workman's clothes? What am I missing? feel like I covered all the bases here. But apparently I'm missing one. What if the whole story is made up and Holmes is actually covering the case up and he's about to frame some random poor person? poor random right-handed guy trying to feed his family that has syphilis? I mean, honestly, that is probably what is happening in reality. Or Sherlock is Jack the Ripper. Yeah. Random right-handed? They're all right-handed. Apparently the game thinks I'm missing one. Can I just tell? Like, it's clearly this guy. I mean, come on. Maybe somebody else is 5'3". Did I check this already? Uh-oh, my mouse is going out. Come on, this is the last puzzle, I think. Like, at this point, I might as well just try them all. I'm just missing one from somebody. I know he's not poor though, so it doesn't make any sense. Somebody else a butcher? Oh! James Hardy. Oh, of course. Duh, he's a butcher. Of course. Duh, yeah, we knew that. Duh! Duh! Like, oh yeah. What am I missing? Like the most obvious, the freaking cat meat guy. There we go. Apparently, Abraham has a score to settle with his own community. Okay. Sure. It's this guy! He did it! What am I doing here? Place Jack the Ripper. Oh. It's Walter Stickert! It's Abraham Solomonovich. I think it might be Jacob Levy. I'm not sure though. I actually don't think it's... And
there you go, Watson. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper.
I don't know, Holmes.
Fantastic, Holmes. And terrifying. But some aspects of this case are still unclear.
Yeah.
At least for me.
For example, Watson?
Why does the man only kill prostitutes?
The man kills prostitutes because he blames them for the misery of his life. He must have frequented them assiduously, and during these nocturnal visits, he contracted syphilis, which he passed on to his spouse, and via her, at least one of his children. He is an angry man in despair following a mistake that cannot be fixed.
Why does he only kill such miserable prostitutes?
He never had the means to afford prostitutes of higher standing than Nichols, Chapman and the others. At one point in his life he was forced to steal to make ends meet. This indiscretion cost him dearly. He was imprisoned and exiled from his community. He had frequented low-class prostitutes, thus it was they who infected him and they who must pay.
But why did he remove the organs?
To take vengeance on his own community, which rejected him and had more success than he. He is a man who bore the burden of a sinister reputation, that of a thief and a madman, because of his internment. So he took his vengeance in the most cowardly and horrific manner imaginable. He rubbed his knife on the uterus of a sick prostitute before using it. He passed Edow's kidney off as a veal kidney.
Why did he disfigure the faces of the last two victims?
Revenge yet again, Watson. This is what you did to my child. You will suffer the same fate.
Ah, okay.
And the piece of apron and the message at Goulston Street?
The only reason to have placed the piece of apron incriminating the message and attracting attention towards himself is that the people that Levy holds responsible for his arrest live in this building. The butcher's where he committed the theft is found in Goulston Street, and the majority of the butchers who denounced him surely live close to their workplaces.
But finally, Holmes, why didn't his wife or anyone else notice anything?
His wife has many children and must be very busy. The man is a butcher, which must facilitate things when one is questioned by the police in the street and must justify the bloodstains on oneself. Furthermore, butchers often work during the night as the meat must be sold fresh each morning. His nocturnal absences were easily justifiable. Finally, he works in the butchers or slaughterhouses. Nothing could be more simple than slipping a kidney in here and using a knife soiled with human blood there.
Gross.
This story is frightful, Holmes.
Indeed, Watson. Lies, infidelity, venereal disease, murder, mutilation, and finally cannibalism. A complete anthology of what humans at their most vile are capable.
Let's go at once to Whitechapel and put this madman where he can do no more harm, Holmes.
Let's, Watson.
We should probably bring the police. Okay, they're here. Wow. I didn't expect to actually find somebody.
I do believe we are not alone.
Gone.
I hope these men won't prevent us from passing.
Me? No. But you, yes, Watson. Your journey ends here tonight.
Pardon?
You're sometimes a little hot-headed. Moreover, Mr. Solomonovich has a few things to tell you. I won't be long.
You can come in, Mr. Holmes. He's waiting for you inside. Everything was organized according to your
right,
instructions.
the 5 strong men.
I don't know how to thank you.
Later. Dr. Watson is awaiting an explanation from you.
Oh, no. I can't hear you, Holmes. Oh, come on. We hear the chair move, but not his voice. Is he just like showing him everything? He's just showing Holmes everything for some reason. Or maybe he's telling him and Holmes is like picturing it like this. Yeah, he's writing on the wall. Got a nice uterus. Uh-huh. This is bizarre. Oh yes, another lovely specimen. He's great. He is like hearing voices and all kinds of stuff. Well, seems like Holmes was right.
Hello, Watson.
Holmes, have you the slightest idea what you are doing?
I think so, Watson.
Leaving this bloodthirsty pervert at liberty and hiding his existence from the London police? What folly!
Certainly, the police will never find their man, but with so many men deployed, this affair will indirectly have a benevolent effect on the crime in the vicinity.
But Holmes, wait!
What?
Justice hasn't been served, and we are accomplices to the fact.
Oh no.
Justice? But I don't serve justice, Watson. I serve truth. And incidentally, I serve my country, and I don't think that I have ever served it better than today. Imagine if after months of terror and a murder as abominable as that of Miller's Court, we deliver to the English people a man of the Jewish faith, a journeyman and head of family as the guilty party. A man who forced members of his own people to eat human flesh. All of this contained tension would have exploded in a myriad of anti-Semitic acts which would have thrown Whitechapel into a rage of fire and blood. And this man's family, who are completely innocent and have suffered more than their lot, would have been the first in the line of sight. Should we condemn an entire people to shame and promise them 1,000 wounds because one of their members committed an unmentionable crime? Neither I nor you have the right to do so. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper, is now in the hands of his own people. I have complete faith in Mr. Solomovich and the members of his community who, I remind you, courageously helped us. They took great risks and acted with the most salutary discretion. And, oh yes, it is understood that you cannot chronicle this investigation. It would be best to invent a story that takes us far from London during the somber period, in pursuit of, let's see, something challenging. A ghostly dog that glows in the night.
Don't be ridiculous, Holmes. But what will happen now? The police will endure a serious setback and a real loss of credibility. And this man?
Well, a few months after the murders have ceased, the police commission, finding themselves at an impasse, will come up with a story to tell, and everyone will vow that they know the secret identity of the killer without having the right to reveal it. As for Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper, he will be imprisoned by his own people. He will pace like a lion in its cage until the end of his days, haunted by his crimes and his insatiable vengeance, until finally the disease which drove him to kill those poor women will finish its work and make him its final victim.
I see some errors in this plan, Holmes. The murder of Mary Jane Kelly was Jack the Ripper. Jacob Levy died of a general paralysis caused by syphilis in 1981. In the same year, the police filed away the case for good without explanation. For the general public, the mystery remained unsolved. Jack the Ripper's shadow roams forever in Whitechapel's alleys. So, Joseph Levy was actually the prime suspect? Like in real life? I mean... Was that real though? Was that last bit there like real? Because they made it seem like they knew who it was, but decided not to arrest him, and then he died. Which obviously couldn't have been true because by now we would have known if that was the case. It's one of the possible theories in real life. Okay. But so Joseph Levy was a real suspect though, right? Most of the things in this story were true, so probably all of the suspects were real, or most of them were real anyway. He wasn't even in the top 10. Oh, really? Real info on Levy. Okay, I'm curious. Does that say anything like... Let's see. Jacob Levy. Oh, it's Jacob Levy. Oh, was it Jacob, not Joseph? There was two of them. Jacob Levy was born in Aldgate in 1856, son of Joseph and Caroline. Former having butcher's business and blah, 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 blah. Chaim and Frances Levy were the parents of Joseph, who were born at Aldgate. If Jacob Levy was not related to Joseph Levy, then they would undoubtedly have known one another, either by sight or acquaintance. In 1890, Levy was delivered to the City of London Lunatic Asylum, Stone in Kent, as an insane person. Under the heading of Address of Friends, as recorded in his case notes, a man named Isaac Barnett was entered in 87 Middlesex Street. According to the 1890 business directories list, was a dairyman. Jacob's occupation was noted as that of a butcher. The cause of his illness was mania, in which he had a duration of some time. His hereditary predisposition was that his eldest brother was insane and that his expression of countenance was restless. The description of his bodily health was good. He stood 5'3" tall and weighed 9 stone and 3 pounds. Okay. He died in the asylum. His previous history was that he was sentenced to 12-month imprisonment, sent to Essex County Asylum. Said that his wife had complained that he almost ruined her business. He does not sleep at night and wanders around aimlessly for hours. Following the episodes, the Ripper murders were to experience the longest gap since the series had begun, and possibly not until the following year was he again to strike out on the street. The Eddowes murder was unique in the way to all Ripper or Ripper-related murders, as it was the only one committed within the city boundaries, and so therefore an explanation possibly due to the opportunity presenting itself. Furthermore, at around the same time as Catherine Eddowes released from police custody at around 1 a.m., the murderer in Elizabeth Stride over at Berners Street had fled the neighborhood and was heading in a westerly direction towards Aldgate vicinity. Interesting. 3 days prior to Catherine's death, she had returned from a hop-picking excursion in Kent, claiming her belief as to the identity of a Whitechapel murderer, and was constantly seen in the Aldgate vicinity with the last hours of her life, in such a vicinity to where the diseased and insane Jewish butcher Jacob Levy lived and worked. In the year 1891, coinciding with Jacob's death, saw the official police files in the case finally and explicitly closed. Finally, in the last 6 weeks later, after the Eddowes murders, the witness George Hutchinson had reported that he had seen a man of Jewish appearance accompanying Mary Jane Kelly in the night of Miller Court murder, who he thought as seeing once again a short time later in Jacob Street of residence, Middlesex Street. Huh. Interesting. Well, we will never know in real life who did it, but it's cool. I guess maybe Frogwares just like picked one of the suspects that would make the best story for the video game, maybe, and kind of went with that. I think, gosh, I don't know though. Like, I feel like they wanted to keep it as close to history as they could, so they made it like they made the game not like actually catch him, but it also makes it seem like Sherlock is making like a really stupid decision, like a really irresponsible decision. Because like, yeah, he has syphilis and yeah, maybe he'll die in a bit, but like he's like, what is the Jewish community gonna do? Like, are they gonna how do they know, like, how does Holmes know that they're gonna, like, you know, beat him up and lock him in a room? Like, obviously he could still get out and kill people. he just trusts that that the Jewish community is just gonna like take it upon themselves to control him somehow, which he's an incredibly dangerous person, you know? I don't know. It's just a little off. Like, I almost wish that they would have just went all the way with it. If you're gonna let us actually find out who Jack the Ripper is, then why don't we just also just arrest him? You know, why not? Like, what's the difference? It's already not matching history in the first place, so why don't we just actually have an actual conclusion? I don't know. That's my thought on it. But honestly, I really did not think that there was going to be a conclusion. Yeah, or at least put him in an asylum. Yeah. Because, like, you know, if not for the sake of the general public, like, what about his wife and kid? Like, he shouldn't be... They're in danger just as much as everyone else if he's, like, a freaking madman, which clearly he was. I mean, when, like, Holmes talked to him and saw that he was, like, clinically insane. Like, obviously insane. And he's like, oh, okay, that's fine. I'll just let you go then. And his wife and kid are just like bawling in the hallway because like they must have found out. So like, how do you think they feel? Like, if I was the wife, I would be like, oh my god, please get him, like, lock him up. That's terrifying. And just I don't know, it's kind of like almost cruel to the family to not lock him up, in my opinion. Sherlock's logic is that it's cruel to lock him up, cruel to the family to lock him up, but if he's actually that insane, which clearly he was, he's a danger to them more than he's going to help them out. So I don't know, it just seems really stupid to me. They locked him up, just not publicly. Well, they didn't say that in the game. I mean, I don't, in real life, yeah, but in the game, Sherlock says that he's just gonna wait till he dies of syphilis, and the Jewish community will take care of him, is what Holmes says. So the community can't. What's the community gonna do? Like, that's not the same as locking him up in an asylum. That's my point. The Jewish community wouldn't let him loose at the point it would be too dangerous to them all. What are they gonna do? Like, how is Holmes gonna guarantee that this, like, community of random Jewish guys is gonna, like, lock him up? What are they gonna do? Lock him in a cellar? Do they actually lock him up in a cellar so he can't, like, with chains and everything, like a prison? Because to me, it sounded like he was just going to be, like, shamed within the community to the point where he couldn't do anything. Like they all knew he was this murderer, so and Holmes thought that that would be enough. That's what it sounded like to me. Because, like, you don't think they would let him be free? I don't know. How is locking him up? Okay, so, like, Holmes also said it would be cruel to his family, right? To, like, remove him from the family would be cruel for his wife and kid. So what's the difference even if they are going to, like, lock him up in a little, you know, Jewish cellar somewhere below the cobbler shop or whatever? How are they gonna, like, how is that different from taking him away from his family, like, and locking him up in an asylum, or just, like, you know, anything else? Cruel to his family to make it public? Sure. Set him under house arrest, but I agree that is not the option. I think if, like, Holmes could definitely guarantee that he would be locked up somewhere secretly and definitely won't be able to escape or harm anyone, fine. that would probably be the best way. But you know what? It would be even better is if someone just like killed him. He was concerned if people would attack the family. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Would have been really cool ending if like he would have let Watson go with him and Watson like kills him or something, which would be totally against Watson's character, but maybe Jack the Ripper goes insane when Sherlock's questioning him, and then like Watson like blasts through the door with his pistol and shoots him and saves Holmes. That would have happened. That's going to happen in the remake of this game. Because in the remake of Awakened, Watson is saving Holmes left and right. And then they could have even been like, well, now we'll never know who the real, like, we'll never officially know who Jack the Ripper was because he's dead. And Holmes could, like, choose not to tell the authorities, like, to not spread the reputation around, to spare the family that way. But like him being alive, it's just causing to me all kinds of anxiety that like he knows who Jack the Ripper is, but he's just like leaving him there. I just don't like it. I just think it's really irresponsible. I don't know. Yeah, I know he dies shortly after, but like Holmes doesn't know that at this moment in time. In short, if made public, there would be anti-Semitic attacks and the family would be the first target. But Jack cannot be allowed to remain free, so Abraham and his men will keep him locked in secret until the day he dies. Sure, I just want more information. You know what they should have done? Why, like at the end, after like Holmes gives his spiel, how about they just show a really quick scene of him like being locked away in like a really, really nice, very safe, definitely can't escape out of like cell somewhere, and then there's like a bunch of buff Jewish dudes outside being like, he ain't going nowhere. You know, and then I would be satisfied, like, oh, okay, he's definitely gonna be stuck in there. All right, we're good then. I think that's what I needed, though. Some kind of like verification that he was actually going to be locked, like really securely locked away. So like, these are just regular everyday dudes, you know? If there was some crazy psycho murderer on the loose in your neighborhood and Sherlock Holmes came to you and was just like, hey, go and find like 5 dudes that are like pretty strong that you trust, and like meet me at this place. Like, I'm not going to tell you the reason. Just meet me there. It's fine. And so you go and you find like some, like maybe your brother, your cousin, and like 3 of your neighbors that you trust or something. Like, and then all of a sudden Sherlock comes in. He's like, hey, this is where Jack the Ripper, the mass murderer, lives, and you know, he's part of our community. So now it's you and these 5 people's job now to lock him away in a secure place until he dies. Otherwise, he's going to get out and murder everyone. But this is good. It's for the sake of your community. So basically, this is your responsibility now. And that's that. Like, would you trust your brother and your cousin and 3 dudes from your community with this job? Like, if it was me, I would be like, I just, you know, my cousin's like going to college in a little bit, and I just thought we were gonna like get together for some other reason. Like, you didn't even tell me that we were gonna have to like imprison a mass murderer somewhere. Like, I don't even have a cellar to keep him, and like, where are we gonna put this dude, first of all? And how do we like make sure he doesn't escape? How long is this going to take for him to die? I have other things to do with my life. Like, you know, Abraham has like a cobbler shop. How's he going to run his shop and also like make sure that Jack the Ripper doesn't escape? It's implied that Holmes made some arrangements that we didn't see. I think a lot of things are implied and assumed. He was probably bricked into a room. The practice was done. Sure. I'm just saying that these dudes are like regular dudes. Who knows if they were up to the task? Emotionally or physically. Just take his arms and legs. Well, that'll probably help him die faster. Yeah, they would be motivated by the community. Sure. Yes. You trust the buff lads. It's fine. The ending's fine. Like I said, I didn't even think that they would let us even have a for sure Jack the Ripper, so that's cool that we got to actually have some conclusion to it. I thought that was kind of cool, but like, I don't know, it just made me a little anxious because I just wanted, you know, it's just weird, but it makes sense. The game said they were no more victim. Yeah, I know that, but like, I was talking about from Sherlock's perspective. There's no way that he can guarantee that. I think a better ending would be to have Jack the Ripper die somehow, like instead of being caught. You know, like how sometimes when the bad guys got nothing to lose and they all of a sudden, like, instead of getting caught, they'd rather just die. That would have been a better ending. It would have been like more like, phew, we're all safe. Made him do 1,000 hours of 100 hours of community service. Sure. Yeah. I know you guys can keep telling me over and over again that the game said that it's all fine. That's not my point. Should have been a final slow chase and Watson ends up shooting him. Yeah, that would be great. I just want Watson to shoot him. I just think he should die at the end. Now we can move on. Thanks, Yags. Did you shoot him? Okay. Anyway, good game. GG. Hey, look, we can play more. Look at this. Play more. Dracula Origin, The Awakened, Nemesis. We've done all those, but we have not done the Mystery of the Persian Carpet, right? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure we haven't. So I have to do that one another time. But that was good. I liked it. Still not as good as Awakened, but it was better than I thought it was going to be just because of the ending. And the puzzles were pretty good. I did enjoy the puzzles for the most part. They were okay. Except the one where I needed to know some information externally for like the battles. I didn't like that one. Or the one with the pig slicing the pig's throats. That was icky. But the rest of them were good. More goodness for the future. Dracula Origin was your first stream game, The Memories? It was? I don't think... Really? I don't think so, Copy. Because didn't I play that one like not that long ago? Maybe you're thinking of like the old Dracula games. 10 minutes early. I even had time to talk about the game and rant about the ending. Yay! No, Dracula Origin is the Frogwares one. They're all like blending together in my brain, but there's Dracula Origin that's Frogwares that's like similar to these games. And then Dracula, I played Dracula 1, 2, and 3 like a long time ago, which is probably what you're remembering, like the old ones that are not by Frogwares, by the way. Such brilliant timings. Yeah, it was perfect. Oh, the game you bought on Steam. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like the first game you saw me stream. Sorry, I must have read that wrong. Apologies. Oh. Yeah, the Dracula with the cartwheel ladies. That was Dracula 1. That game was fantastic. I think we'll replay that one sometime, and maybe someday I will slog through Dracula 3. But wouldn't that be funny if it worked on Windows 11 and it didn't work for me before on Windows 10? That would be hilarious. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna go off. I have time for a little snack before I go pick up Arlo, so I'm gonna go and do that. And next week, more mysteries starting on Monday. We're gonna play Tex Murphy. And did I pick the winner? Oh no, Brat with the Knife. Congratulations on winning Siberia 2, by the way. There you go. There was only one entry again. Hopefully Brat with the Knife is still around. I totally forgot about the giveaway. Anyway, yeah. Tex Murphy next week. Also, I have my mustaches set up. So, yeah, I got some fake mustaches for like, Poirot and whatever. It's more detective cosplay. That'll be next week. Possibly some other goals and stuff for us to do and fun shenanigans that I should have time to set up with this weekend. Yeah, Vadim, that would be nice. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for being here. Really appreciate your eyeballs. I will see you next week. Have a lovely weekend. And yeah, until then, stay cheesy and all that stuff. Bye, friends.